Do anybody notice anything different? Let's put it on Twitter. On the Twatter. Live with more writing of our favorite goblin thief named Spoon, who may or may not have a spoon fetish. Hates forks. Well, he hates sporks. He has a fear of forks, but he hates sporks. Very different things. He doesn't hate forks, he just fears them. He's got fork phobia. Okay, game dev. Game dev. 5. Could take narrative design to, I don't know, who cares? Who cares? Okay. I wonder if this bottle looks weird. Does it look weird if I... Probably does. Let me take one of these too. How are you guys doing today? How's your Wednesday? It's Thursday, oh fuck. I thought today was Wednesday. Thursday. Yeah, I should check. Shadow of the Earth Tree definitely does not come out today, right? I mean, it comes out at midnight, right? So technically tomorrow. Okay, 9 hours. 9 hours? It was supposed to launch at midnight. Stream of what, Haley are? What are you talking about? Which stream? Today's stream? Get out of your bot. I thought I banned the term best viewers. Are they getting smarter? Where is it? Block terms and phrases. Oh, I blocked best and cheap viewers. Okay. Best viewers at... There we go. Damn, you got banned. Yeah, dude, I'm on it. I mean, unless you think I should get some best and cheap viewers. I swear, though, that this was supposed to come out at midnight. But it looks like it's coming out at... What's 9 hours from now? 6 p.m.? If it comes out at 6 p.m. tonight, I could play it. Or like 7, right? It's gonna be like 7 p.m. Okay, I'll have to double check that. Because I swear on their Twitter page for Elden Ring, they said it was gonna come out on midnight. Damn, I didn't get banned. Do you want to get banned? I could ban you. Where is it? Yeah, I'm CEST. It says midnight local time. I don't know which one to trust now. Oh cool, my bot's back working. That's awesome. Not really, but it would have been funny. Okay. I can warn you. Do you want to get a warning? That's a new feature. I can give you a warn. I don't know what it does though. Custom reason. I don't need a reason. I'm the streamer. There's a warning. I don't know what that does. Tell me what that does. I don't know if it like gives you like a pop-up or something. Can I remove the warning? Oh, warned. It shows me that you've been warned. My corruptor games warned Leo Rar with reason. I don't need a reason. I'm the streamer. Fantastic. Alright, what are we writing about today? It sent you a pop-up. Oh shit. I feel like warnings are worse than bans. I feel like if I timed you out or if I gave you a ban, it's less cringe than if I give you a warning. I couldn't keep chatting, but stream kept going. Oh wow. Kind of fucked up. Alright, we have one more personal thing to write about Spoon, which is going to be his secrets. You don't comply to streamers' rules, and yet... Really? I've said it like you don't comply? Like RoboCop? That's what it said? Oh my god. What a platform. It was scary. I imagine, dude. It sounds like fucking RoboCop. Please comply. Any secrets you can share? Secrets? What do I look like to you? A gossip goblin? You have a term for goblins that gossip? Hey Blitzkrieg, how you doing? Do you like my new green screen? I could have somebody naked in a green suit behind and you wouldn't know. Like I could literally have giant booba lady behind me in a green painted green. Yeah, sorry, the stream's a little bit late today because I was getting it set up, the chroma key, but then there was like there was some flickering going on. I think it was because my exposure was a bit too low and the auto exposure was trying to correct. And so I was just trying to like fix all that and move the green screen into the right position, both for main camera and the solo cam. A bit of work. You could what? I could have a naked big booba lady behind me, right there. Her name is Karen. Yeah, hi Karen. And she is painted green, and she's just been paid to stand there and be naked. But you can't see her because she blends in with the, the chroma key. Hello, miss. How do you do? Top of the morning to you, lady. Oh, come on. Come on, Spoon. You must have some secrets. Is she Irish? What does that... What would it change if she was Irish? Hello, miss. What does she think about Spoon? She's green. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's a fair question. What do you think about Spoon, Karen? Oh, I really like him. See, she loves him. Secrets of Spoon. No, I don't have any secrets. Is this your own game? It is my own game. If you ask me again, I'm gonna get mad. Nah, I mean, he's gotta know some. Yeah, so this is our game. I'm just working on dialogue right now for our NPC, or one of our NPCs. And, yeah, this is our prototype map. Making your own RPG campaign story. Oh shit. So we are both deep into the narrative design, it sounds like. This is the personal lore of our goblin thief Spoon. Too dumb to actually make shit, so I'm just stuck. So are you stuck in the story, or where are you stuck? Maybe I can give you some. Maybe we can brainstorm, or I can help you and figure out where to start. Hopefully. Well, this one time I saw general idea of what I want to tell, how it's arranged. Okay. So you have the main story kind of figured out and how you want it to. Is it like a linear game, linear RPG, or is it like an open world kind of thing? Hide half a rake behind some rocks. Don't know what he's planning to do with it. But it's still there, hidden away. Ordering how much I want to pay attention to certain details or where I want to put them right now. Okay, so you're still kind of figuring it out. A huge cookie. There it is. Ooh, it's perfect. Sniffa. Whoa, green screen? I did get a green screen. It's very easy to set up as well. It had 6 steps. Pull this up, push this down, lift up, done. I think that's 6. Give a turn for goblins. See how good the setup is? With what? Wall sit? I can't wall sit against my green screen. I don't even know. The closest wall is over here, behind my, or over by my door. Because this isn't up against my wall. Sorry, Irish lady, for the reverb for it. That's true. The problem is my camera is aiming this way towards the window. So if I move this green screen over to this side, then you'll see the window. And if I move it back, there's not enough space. Just the angle, the lens angle is too large. Maybe not in this mode, but when I switch to my just cam, I pull out the zoom a bit. But I can wall sit. Let me go wall sit. Try not to break my green screen at the same time. Oh, that's done. I should have some foam pads coming today as well that I'm going to hang up on the wall. And that should help prevent some of the echoing that's occurring. We'll see. I have 48 wall pads and then 8 corner pads that I'm going to try to put up. And then I think the last thing I want to do... No, that should be pretty good for now. That should be pretty good. A term for goblins that gossip. Of course. Because we're goblins doesn't mean we're not nosy. Doesn't mean we don't hate nosy people. Nosy assholes. Did I capitalize goblin here? I'll do it. About time travel, but about some sessions, and they should have figured it out. That it's more about alternative timelines rather than actual main timeline time travels. The original plan was for them to actually time travel, but I found out that they wouldn't have that much fun rather than visiting an alternative line and wreaking havoc while saving the day. Okay. So you like enter alternate timeline and shit goes crazy, and then you like return back, or you then just jump into another timeline. Timeline cops. That would be a fun idea. Timeline cops. You jump between timelines and you slay the baddies. Put them in handcuffs. Sounds like some really shitty, well, not shitty, but like some really cheesy 80s buddy cop action series. Timeline cops. Join Rex and Davis. Do you have any secrets? I want to connect that back up. Do you want it to kind of go down like this kind of path, where we just jump through a certain few things? Or do I want it to be more linear? Sure. I don't really think I can write too much for this. idea was that the main villain was part of the main timeline, but due to a time tear, he would have been launched right into the energy that makes time flow that I call history, and gain the ability to timeline jump and travel through time inside those timelines. That is a lot of use of the word time in one Twitch message. Don't break, it's only 10 a.m. Don't break my brain already. Rude. How can we just connect these up? Oh no, that's just gonna call an infinite loop. It's 5 a.m. for you? 5 a.m. Oh, must be East Coast. East Coast or Brazil. Whatever that time is, Eastern time zone. I think I'll just copy it. Brazil, the silly country. Is Brazil silly? Brazil's huge. What a massive country. I'm not sure if I want to do like a hub of answers like here, or if I just want to connect these up. Similar to... Gee, I don't know where I did it. I think I'll just do a hub. So, still think I'm harboring secrets. Do you have any special punishment for goblins that spread rumors? See. Okay, that'll connect back up to this loop. Events, begin dialogue. I was thinking like, what would be a special punishment for sewer goblins that spread rumors? Like, you know, we could hang them by the balls. That's a bit too harsh, though. Yeah, we tie up their hands and legs and push them into the sewage river. D&D goblins are crazy, wouldn't doubt them doing it. Yeah. I want the sewer goblins to just be kind of like just fucking dumb and silly. Like, their whole culture is just based around the sewer. And of rumors damaging. I will just have him say that. Is that a bit harsh? They make them do something usually good, but only for us. For them, it's torture. Ooh, I like that. A bath every day. Yeah, but Spoon doesn't like the goblins that don't wash themselves. But I like that. Maybe we can fit. Maybe Spoon can just be an outlier. Spoon can be an outlier. Spoon can be one of the few goblins that doesn't like that smell. And so he would often spread rumors himself and blame the rumor spreading on others so that they would have to take a bath. Maybe that'll work. Tie up their hands and legs and forcefully wash them for a week. And the bad thing? Well, I mean, for most sewer goblins, it is. We like smelling like home. They have a spear called the Judge, and it's just a stick with a soap bar on the tip so that people torturing the sewer goblin doesn't get clean. Fuck, I love that. That's so good. That's so fucking good. Judge. Where was the part where I think it was with his friends, right? He mentioned that he hates the smelling of, I think it was on Floater. Repkit swims in the sewage and doesn't even have the decency to wash off. Then he stands really close to you when talking and you can barely contain your puke. He does mention He's at least 10% of the reason I left Goblinstone. Technically should be I left the Goblinstone sewers. Yeah, we could rewrite this and that would work. If we tied him up and forcibly gave him a bath. We only do that to goblins that spread rumors. Floater isn't even smart enough to come up figure out what he wants to do in the next 10 minutes. No way he'd be able to think of any rumor. Sewer opera. Bring in the judge and father, come back. Your son, the doors slam. Screams get a little bit muffled, and from underneath the door, soapy water starts to appear. My God. Brutal. You tie up and give baths to goblins that spread rumors? And we'll save some info that the player has learned about this, so that when it comes up then in the bit about secrets, the player can kind of use their pre-existing knowledge to understand what's being said. Want to hear about my villain, or you're busy? You can type it. I'll read about it. You know, I kind of flip back and forth between writing my notes and reading what you guys are saying, so that's part of the fun. Like, you know, I know that streaming game dev is definitely going to slow me down and make me a little bit less efficient, but it's also very motivating for me, and it prevents me from getting burnt out of what I'm doing. Burnt out, and I guess I don't know how to put it. It just helps motivate me, so I'm okay if it takes a bit longer to make this game than if I were just, I don't know, chugging along 8 hours, perfect efficiency. I feel the same regarding annoying games. Hey Chris, how you doing? Most goblins would hate it. But I never liked the smell of sewage. I'm not cut out to be a sewer goblin. Now I'm just a wanderer, I suppose. Wanderer. 34 minutes in, you have the perfect sewer goblin torture device. I think you're speedrunning game dev. Dude, it's such a good idea that you had. Good day, but stressful ahead. What's going on? You're always welcome at this hut. Spoon. Got a life full of adventure ahead of you. Meetings and explaining to others why they are being silly. Sounds like something I would love. Sometimes. I always liked complaining. My bosses didn't much care for that aspect of me. But, fuck them. Best viewers. Shit. They're getting around my block terms. I freelance if I don't word it nicely, I lose money. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. You know, if like people are working with me, I don't mind them saying something is shit, right? I'm not a fan of when, you know, like personal attacks, right? Everybody has shit ideas, and I think we just need to be able to call out if an idea is shit. A lot of ideas are shit. But it's like having a shit idea doesn't make you a bad person. Take a game like Gollum or Redfall. Is that the game? Redfall? Those had a lot of shit ideas in them. And somewhere along the line somebody knew that there was shit. They knew that they could smell it. And they either didn't tell the person that could have fixed it, or they told the person and that person didn't listen. And that's how bad games are made. There's no way that you have hundreds of people working on a game for multiple years, and not one time one person looks at what they're making and says, this isn't very good. No, it happened. It happened, and somebody either chose not to say it or chose to ignore it. Process is the following: see a shit idea, meeting to discuss shit idea, make CEO understand it's shit idea, wait 4 days, CEO comes up with same shit idea in different format, meeting to discuss shit. That's so accurate. That is so fucking accurate. One of my biggest complaints I had at a place that I worked was that the CEO was not a game developer. So he rightly, as somebody in that scenario should, put people in charge that he could trust, who were game developers. The problem is when those people in charge that he trusts aren't actually good at their job. Now he's going to trust them and listen to what they say, and somebody who needs to challenge one of those individuals has to go up against like a Mount Everest figure, because then if the CEO acknowledges that you're right and his person that he put in charge and trust is wrong, you know, it makes his choices look weak. Which I think is just really fucked up. I think that whole kind of hierarchy is really fucked up for running a company. I get why it exists, But the problem is when you put people in charge who don't actually know what they're doing. And I think that happens at a lot of companies. How does the CEO make sure the team lead isn't dumb? That's what I'm asking. That's what I want to figure out. Because it's like, you go up, you challenge the idea. It's like, oh, well, why didn't you talk about this with your lead? Well, it's because he's the problem. So I came to you. The reason you hear me complaining is because I can't go to my lead because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Or he doesn't even have time to do the things that he needs to do. But so then it just looks like it either looks like I'm trying to take this guy's job that's above me, or I'm just causing problems. Which I get how that's how it looks. But it's like, what do you do in that scenario? I think you either have to shut up or you have to just leave. Honestly, a first come first serve with startups. You have a startup, and whoever comes first that is competent usually is the one that gets it. For me, it's just like we won't really have like positions, like a hierarchy at Microraptor. It's gonna be very flat. Basically, just anybody can just say anything. You can talk to anyone. You don't have to ask, somebody for. You don't have a lead necessarily. You just go talk to the person who you think needs to know that this is going to be handled. Get it done. Let's just keep communication flowing and open and spread around. Exactly. And farting for everyone to hear. King Henrik VIII is the creator of the concept of divorce due to his wife not being able to make a male son to be the next king. My villain would be the son of the last female child Henrik VIII had. They decided to pretend she died in birth, making the villain Henrik's nephew. Oh my god. That's wild. Thanks, human. I never expected such kindness from one of you. Did you know men are responsible for the gender of the child? That makes the entire story even worse. So you're saying that men are in charge of the gender, not other people, but only men. Ooh, that's a controversial take in 2024. Just shitposting. Very welcome, Spoon. This will then connect back up to here. I think we had a choice where you learn about his pawn shop, right? That's Ratman. Sperm carries either the X or Y chromosome. What about the Z chromosome? Wouldn't it be responsible for the child's sex rather than gender? I don't see. For me, I don't think gender and sex are two different things. I absolutely do not agree. I think gender and sex are the same thing, and personality is separate. And I think how somebody views themselves as part of their personality. For like centuries, gender and sex were the same thing. They were interchangeable in the scientific community. And I don't think that has changed. I think we are a sexually dimorphic species of animal. I know it's a hot take. I'm not saying that how people view themselves is not relevant. I'm just saying I don't consider that to be relevant to the gender and sex terms. I think it's part of your personality. I think it's confusing to use gender and sex as two different things when for every other species in the world and for the scientific community, they have meant the same thing for as long as we've been thinking about it as humans. Do we want to save it here or here? I guess we can save it here, actually. Science evolves now as we understand what is biological and what is psychological. What is biology and what is psychology? Yeah, but that's the thing, is that gender and sex are biological terms. And how you think of yourself is a psychological thing. Have heard about spoons. I guess know about Spoon's pawn shop. False. And then we will save that here. Gender is a social construct. Yeah, but that's never meant this. That's never been the case for like animals and that. Yeah, I mean there is a certain amount of cancellation that gets chalked. I'm not saying like again. I don't care what somebody thinks of themselves. I don't really. It's not my business. I don't think you're special for thinking of yourself as something other than what you were born as. Like there's nothing special about that. You know, do what you need to do, but I don't think that changing the terminology of scientific terms is helpful to anyone for understanding what it is psychologically that's going on in the brain of people that do think like that. Especially when we are biologically sexually dimorphic. We are animals. No other animal exhibits the same psychological behavior that we have. I don't think we are special as a species in that regard. I just think that we have complex brains, and some brains work differently than the norm. And I think that that is a psychological term that has to do with your personality and the way that you view yourself. And it has nothing to do with this term gender that up until like 10 years ago meant exactly the same thing. I don't think we should change a scientific term in order to fit this new understanding or this new phenomenon. I think we should just think of a new term to use, which for a long time was gender dysphoria. Meaning that you think of yourself as a different gender, meaning that gender still means this biological part of your body. Know about Spoon's pawn shop? Yeah, okay, we'll save it there. So then if you're down here... Wait, where was it? Why do we want to save info about his pawn shop? Now I got lost. Oh, it was here. Okay, yeah, it was here. If you know about his pawn shop existing, you can say something specifically because you know about his dream to open a pawn shop to sell spoons. Condition. Save choice. Professor told us there's an increase in kids in clinics who identify as something else and it decreases with age. That is true. If you're an outsider, it is easy to hop onto that train to find a group of people who can. Yeah, I think that children are very impressionable, and right now it is quite a fad to be part of this LGBTQ group. And I think that companies know this because they're using it to generate more profits and to become relatable. And other groups know this because they can use it to manipulate or to lie and misuse people that identify as being part of this group. You know, it was the same way with hippies. You know, with any counterculture. It is a counterculture. It is the counterculture of this decade. And kids don't have their executive functions fully figured out until they're in their late 20s. So yeah, of course a kid's not going to know what they are. Most kids undergo some form of hormonal induced crisis of identity and where they fit in life and what they want to do once they leave high school. I went through it. Everybody that I knew in high school went through something similar. And yeah, we latched onto countercultures because it was something that gave us meaning. Even if it wasn't real, or if it wasn't very deep, it was still something that we could identify with that gave us a group of people to talk to and something to latch onto, right? And I think that right now, for a lot of kids that don't know where they fit, this kind of conglomerate is the new thing to latch onto. And I think that is itself not dangerous, but latching onto a group means that people will try to manipulate and misuse you because that has some influence on that individual. And right now, kids are a very good way of making money because they can do things like TikTok, streaming, Instagram, content creation. There's a lot of money floating around that kids can have some control over. And so, of course, people who want to make money off those kids will try to find ways to manipulate and use them. When calling it a counterculture makes some sort of temporary thing, I think that that lumping in everybody who doesn't seem to conform to specific norms is exactly what every counterculture has kind of at its core been. And right now that seems to be focused on things regarding biological sex or the way that we think of ourselves in this male-female dichotomy. And I think that right now is the current counterculture. And I do think that is itself temporary. This idea that we need to think about this and that kids need to now join it in order to be different. And I think that it will just transition into something else. I'm not saying that being LGBTQ is temporary, but for a lot of kids, I think they jump onto it because there is a lot of support for it and a lot of money behind the influence of it. And so you join it. You say, okay, I am now identify as blank. Now you are allowed into so many spaces and you have so many people that will support you monetarily, emotionally, physically because of this. Like it would be a great thing for a lot of kids who feel like they don't know where to belong, right? I can empathize with that. Say it was counterculture and it became the new normal. Currently the new counterculture is the alt-right movement. Trad wives and red pill shit. To some extent, traditional relationships are now the counterculture, yeah. Although it is very funny to see, I don't know, kind of funny to see women who don't like the whole traditional female role kind of being attacked, but then they are free to attack the women who choose to live the traditional female role lifestyle and are happy with it. I just don't like any of it. I just think you should I'm an individualist. Just let people live their lives. You know, you can disagree with what they do, but who the fuck has the time to actually attack that and spend time writing a whole bunch of stuff on, I don't know, YouTube or Twitter about it? Just go home. Just go home and watch a movie or something. Like, fuck. You've got that pawn shop to open. Spoon. I know you can accomplish that. It's probably the main issue. People have too much time. I think there is some of that. I actually do. I'm an American myself. I strongly believe that American kids, a lot of them are very privileged and they don't know it. And this has nothing to do with race or gender, whatever the fuck people want to claim. It's literally that you grow up into a very nice society. You have a lot of things given to you and access to a lot of amenities and support services. And you don't know how good you have it because you haven't seen the rest of the world. You think you understand the rest of the world, but you don't. Most people are just trying to survive. And if these kids actually had to try and survive, they would have no time to think about all this bullshit that doesn't affect them or doesn't really matter to them in the long run. Just shut up, let people live, and open your ears more than you open your mouth. Got a life full of adventure ahead of you. A bad thing? Which part is a bad thing? Or is this not a bad thing? That's true. Places to see and things to do. Thanks for helping me keep my head up. Not enough time to fight or change a country's way to view a certain part of the population. The thing is that kids, I don't think that a lot of the methods the younger generation is using to try and change people's minds is actually working. I think that all they're doing is pushing people further into the recesses of their own already held beliefs. You know, things like riots, violence, blocking, you know, doors or roads and things like this, setting up camps. I don't think that these are effective measures to make your voice heard. And I also don't think that they actually accomplish anything. They're more of a youth-filled stunt of naivety that has no desire to have an open dialogue or debate and to try and find nuanced, reasoned answers to the problems that is being faced. I look at this is pointless. It's meaningless actions that don't actually have anything to say or anything to try and accomplish. Hey, Datu. Welcome, that'll connect up there. That's right. I have some spoons to sell. Masses are in need of my eating utensils, and spoon shall deliver. You've got this, spoon. Humans need purpose and drive. They do. I think it's hard for people to find their purpose in an environment where they have all these possibilities available. How on earth are you going to find that one thing and decide on that? That's true. Yeah, I think for me, you know, my work, making games, is what provides me with purpose in life. And I know people would attack that and say, oh, you know, it's the capitalists that have told you that work is your savior. Like, no, I actually just like working and finding meaning and making something that other people can enjoy. This is my drive. This is my meaning. If somebody took that away from me or prevented me from accomplishing that, I'd get depressed. I get depressed very fast when I can't work on a game, or when somebody's preventing me from pursuing it to the best of my excellence that I can. And that's made me leave a lot of jobs, is where I feel like I've been stifled from challenging myself and trying to make a good game. Or worse, telling me that I need to lie to customers or do something that goes against my personal principles. That's one of the quickest ways to get me to leave a company. You need to do Guardians of the Rift. That's the one I'm thinking of? Guardians of the Rift? GOTR? That's the quest, right? That too, or do you mean that you need to do... Do you mean GOTR? Oops, not GOR. Must be. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, these will then both connect up to here. And then we will... Yeah, we'll save some info here that the player knows about the what was it, the judgment? The judge? Knows about how goblins treat gossipers. False. Good stuff. Hence, save choice. True. Every single person on the planet capable to reach whatever space they want, as in, doesn't matter what they do, they will reach it. I don't think everybody is capable of achieving everything they want to do in life. But I do think that there are a lot of cases in life where people think that they can't. And what it really means is that there will be more work than somebody else will have to do. Some people are just naturally gifted, or they do have some things that are passed down genetically that will make certain aspects of life more easier for them. That doesn't mean that it's impossible for another person to succeed at the same thing, but it will mean that more work will need to be put in. Everyone in your house can't reach the space they want. What do you mean? Maybe I misunderstood the question. Gifted. Sometimes also, yes. Huge cookie. Sometimes that is the gift that you have. And if you wanted to be a porn star, well, I mean, everybody has a fetish of something, right? I think everybody, no matter how they look, could succeed in porn, because somebody will be attracted to what you are. Doesn't matter if you reach, as long as you feel like you can achieve it. There's a lot of it that's mental, yeah. I think there have been quite a few studies that show that how you see your ability to achieve your dreams mentally can have a big impact on whether or not you end up achieving it. And it's not because it's a direct link, but because it indirectly affects so many of your decision makings and like your motivation, things like that. All Americans think they'll become millionaires and thus are happy with hustle culture. If they knew they would never reach it, they would go crazy. Or like what it would cost to achieve that. I mean, I used to I guess I used to hustle when I was much younger, when I was like early 20s or late teens. And it worked because it worked because I was single. I lived with my parents. I had essentially no responsibility other than trying to succeed at my work. And my health was better than it is now. Now that I've realized just how much it cost me and how shitty it made me feel, it's not worth it. I mean, I feel too like I've at least earned some, not pedigree. What that's not the right word. I've earned some experience. I guess I have some credentials within game dev, and I don't have to choose the shittiest, cheapest, mind-numbing, health-destroying job that I can, just because I need experience. I don't need to do that anymore because I have experience. I can at least filter out some of the lower-level shitty jobs. Oh, my nose is itching a lot today. Okay, so this is where then we can test if the player knows about how they treat gossipers. A condition saved choice. False. True. Condition false. And we'll have an event too that saves that the player now knows it. That's also one of the reasons why we won't crunch in Microraptor games. And that will be written into our contracts for workers. It's just not worth it. People have enough shit going on in their lives. Enough responsibilities and family and friends that they should be spending time with instead of working. You're not going to produce good results if you're burnt out. That's when you forcefully give them a bath, right? Exactly. We let the judge handle that business. The judge? What was the lore that that you were talking about? I gotta scroll back up to it. Spear called the judge, just a stick with a soap bar on the tip so that people torturing the silver goblin doesn't get clean. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, how can we connect these two up then in this case? Wouldn't the hands of the people washing the gossiper also get clean? How do you avoid that? Or is it just accepted? We have this big long stick that we attach soap to. Known as the judge. She takes care of the loose lips quite quickly. Loose lips is not really the correct term, that's more like somebody sharing secrets. Takes care of these smelly assholes quite quickly. I think that would then lead into this. But I think in this case too, that if the players learned about this somewhere here, socialism never took root in America because the poor see themselves not as an exploitive proletariat, but as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. People go crazy, get depressed, put their families in discussions, even sometimes kill their people. They feel they're being robbed of this chance of being a millionaire. I mean, haven't all systems of governance kind of led to similar things? At some point, everyone is being robbed of something. Yeah, if the player knows that about how goblins treat gossipers, then they would know that Spoon does not like the smell of sewage. Not me, though. Meow! Nico, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Not me, though. I hate this smell. Part of the reason I left the sewers. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How are you guys doing on this Thursday? Excited for Shadow of the Erdtree? Which apparently is actually not releasing on midnight for me, but might be a bit sooner. If it releases before midnight tonight, I could play some of this today. Do people know about this being wrong? Trigger Discord people. I don't see it here. Important LGBTQ representation in Elden Ring. What? Gotta be a troll. I've not yet played Elden Ring. It sounds too stressful. If you are looking for an entry place into Souls-like games, I will say Elden Ring is probably the easiest and one of the best. It's very good. And it's pretty easy to break the game. You mentioned you don't like the sewage smell. Wouldn't that mean that you don't mind telling? Wouldn't that mean that you could spread rumors rather safely? What do you take me for, human? I'm no gossiping goblin. Super thrilled for Anno 117. There's a new Anno game coming out? Is it not gonna be on Steam? Or did they not have a Steam page up yet? Oh, Pex. No, I think I did see this. I think I did hear about this being announced. Or maybe not. Wasn't there some info about this like leaked a long time ago? Maybe I'm confusing it for something else. New Anno game. Interesting, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at more of that. My fiance might like that a lot. What are you taking, Freeman? I'm no gossiping goblin. Though, I may have purposefully spread some rumors and blamed it on the smellier individuals in our clan, just to see them get washed. That's perfect. That's such a Spoon thing to do. I'd have done the same. Can't stand the smell of sewage either. Understandable in your position. The three flavors: agree, neutral, disagree. That's a mean thing to do. I mean, not every response has to be some life-changing thing, right? Knew you'd understand. Continue. Copy this. Paste. Mean thing to do. Any for my meeting will sneak back like in an hour. No worries, man. Good luck on your meeting. Good luck telling people their ideas are shit. What would he say? I think he'd probably just say like, hey, you know what? Let me do what we need to do. You're not a sewer goblin. You don't understand. You'd understand if you were a sewer goblin. Or I suppose we're one that hated the smell of sewage. That's where we get our drinking water. You know. The world's crazy, lots of things to think before analyzing something. This world is crazy. The world is crazy and there's infinite amounts of nuance in everything. And unfortunately, a lot of our like leaders of countries, they think that in order to be more approachable as leaders, they need to simplify the things they're talking about. But by simplifying it, they are removing a lot of the nuance that makes it a difficult or important topic to discuss. And then we just end up, I guess, with I don't know, some eternal dumbing down of people's understanding of controversial or difficult topics. I don't know, I feel bad. What do you mean? Okay, so I think that wraps up that little bit quite well. Nothing major, but something small. I guess that's what Huge Cookie was harboring. That was your secret. I won't press you further. Here can be something I maybe study every day and how far it's always been from anyone that is not an elite. It is getting more difficult to achieve what would have been considered the American dream. There's not, I don't think anybody would be able to deny that. Or at least I wouldn't. How we can restore that, though, I think is a difficult topic. It can still be achieved. I do believe that. Maybe that's a bit too optimistic of me, but it can still be achieved. Just not easily right now. I think that there are cases where if you feel like you can, I think he was maybe meaning that your mental state when you think about your goals and dreams is important, and if you feel like it's unattainable, it can have a compounding effect on your motivation and your ability to succeed. Your risk taking, right? To succeed, you need to take a lot of risks in life. Nothing will ever be handed to you, and if you know that you can achieve it, or even if you are just gaslighting yourself, as healthy or unhealthy as that might be, I do think that if you strongly believe you can achieve something, that it will help you to take those risks or do something that is difficult. I mean, I can't afford a house either. Look, I'll tell you that. I had to move from an apartment that we were renting to an apartment that my fiance's mother owned because we couldn't afford it, and I have no way of affording a house, a car. I don't have either of those. Uh, you know, one day, I'll get there, but the housing market needs to fix itself, and I need to find some more success with my game dev. That'll jump back. My friend Shu hide half a rake behind some rocks. Don't know what he's planning to do with it, but it's still there, hidden away. A rake? Like for gardening? Maybe you can turn on like a new conspiracy for Spoon. Like what is the rake being hidden away for? What could he want to do? What could Shu want to do with the rake? Yeah, I've been scratching my hairs for many years, trying to figure out what he wanted to do with it. You ever try to ask him? No, why would I? Just doesn't understand that he could have just asked. I feel like you can reach it as a privilege. Is it? I mean, a privilege? Idealism should not be the way to lead a country. Take care of a child. Even say what other people should be doing. That's scary and that's really American. What? But I mean, if you're born into privilege, should you purposefully deprivilege yourself in order to satisfy the lack of privilege in other people? Or should you try to acknowledge that you are privileged in some ways and do your best to have a positive effect on humanity because of that? Because it's more of a philosophical question. Maybe you'd learn what he hit it for. I suppose that makes sense. Next time I'm there, I'll ask him. Suppose that makes sense. Next time I visit Shu, I'll ask him what that damn rake was for. Be able to say like Godspeed. Is it God's speed or Godspeed? One word. I think it's one. I'm pretty sure it's one word. Godspeed. Yeah, it's one word. I mean, personally, I just think thinking about like privilege and putting yourself down because you were born into maybe certain better conditions than other people in the world is not helpful to anyone. You know, yes, I have it infinitely better than many people in the world. That doesn't mean that they're lesser, doesn't mean that I'm better. I'm going to use the tools that I've been given and have earned to do my best to provide what I believe to be a positive thing on humanity, which is my games. Something to entertain, to inspire, to challenge. That's what I can do, I think. Live your life as we all have. Being privileged is great. Never what everyone would like to be. Depriving yourself of your own privilege just cause many so many people aren't as dumb. I agree. I know there are a lot of people out there who think that I have privilege because of my gender or my race, you know, innate qualities that I don't feel like have ever given me any benefit over someone else. I've had to give up a lot to be where I am. And I take a lot of risks. Risks are important in life. One thing is being able to turn on an air conditioner, the other is buying an airplane. Okay, there is a big difference between turning on an AC or buying an airplane, I agree. I do agree with that. That looks pretty good. But we did want to save some info here that the player has. Convinced Spoon to ask Shu about Rake. Wild. So that's a wild choice. Convinced Spoon to ask Shu about Rake. True. Perfect. Okay, I think that kind of should cover everything. Hey, 2XP Games, how you doing? How was your Thursday? This was Secrets. I think we have all of his personal lore loops written, or at least written for the first pass. I honestly think we could touch up his Spoon lore a bit, because I think we wrote it initially that he didn't understand his father's obsession with spoons. No. Lazy Thursday, charging up for my daughter's birthday party later today. Oh, cool. How old is your daughter turning? You gonna have some of her friends over? Youngest turns 11, oldest 14. Oh, you have two daughters? Turning 11. 11th birthday party. I wonder what I did for my 11th birthday party. I know there was one that I really enjoyed, and I remember quite fondly was we had it in a pet store. So the owner was really cool. You know, it was kind of small. It was maybe like me and 5 or 6 other friends. And we just got to play with all the pets that were there, like dogs and cats and some of the like rabbits and such. That was a pretty cool birthday party. I'm pretty sure I was pretty young when that happened. Yeah, that was fun. I don't know if something like that could still be done today. Friends from class come over. 14 kids. God. 14 kids, and I imagine quite a few of them are going to be girls. So you are probably going to be put in some makeup today. They're going to give you a makeover. Only girls. She only wanted to invite them. And that's understandable. I'm pretty sure at all my birthday parties I only invited boys. Because girls, girls were icky. They were gross. And they thought I was gross. So I bought face paint for them so they can go ham. Oh man. That sounds like fun though, but yeah, I'd probably want to charge up too. Nice, one shot of vodka. Okay, let's go. Hold on, Daddy's gotta go to the bathroom. Another shot. God, see me through this day. No, I'm kidding. Don't get drunk at your daughter's birthday party. Yeah, this is the spoon lore. Okay, this works. Yeah, I think getting like a little bit buzzed, not drunk, but just enough. Like I said, 2 shots of vodka, and then just keep it. 1 hour later, take another shot or something, and just keep that going throughout the party. And I think you'll be energetic, you'll be on point, and anything crazy they do, you'll be like, whatever. Don't be ashamed I'm not the poorest person ever as well. I'm privileged in many ways and still am, but going to live somewhere worse, selling my equipment that I game on, buying less food or worse food doesn't make me real or actually alive. But privilege can and will blind us. Yeah, I think that's pretty true. Like I said, I think that a lot of kids in like the US are pretty privileged and they don't understand it. And it's not like it's wrong. Like people look down to like the farmers out in the middle of Kansas, right? Who might be a bit ignorant or even sometimes bigoted. It's like, yeah, but this is their world. They're not gonna go visit another country. They don't understand other cultures. They probably haven't been outside of Kansas in some cases. Don't get mad at them because they don't understand. Just try to show them what it is that they don't understand. It's like just be nice to your neighbors, be nice to them, and realize that you will never ever attain a level of understanding in your life where you will be some perfect guru of empathy and knowledge, right? There will always be something in some people and some individuals and principles that you will never agree with or understand completely. And I don't like the fact that we attack others for just not understanding. Live our best lives trying to get blinded and help the people that never had the opportunity to feel like they could get somewhere, get a chance by understanding why they feel that way. Yeah, make the world a better place. Yep. I try to do the same thing where if I can live my life and give back and create more good in my life than I've created evil, because we all create evil in some points. We all do something accidental or purposeful that hurts somebody else. If we can do more good than harm, that is a positive force that we've had on the universe. And then just try to learn from that and try not to do harm in the future. That's scary because that's just empathy. It is scary that it's just empathy and a lot of people don't have empathy. But there are some like tribal reasons why we don't have empathy for like people outside of our circles, right? It's the reason why like social media is such a cesspool sometimes of people just saying and doing the worst things because they have no connection to this person, this avatar that they have on the other side of the screen. Rules I do not care what other people do or believe in, right? As long as they do not bother me with their crap, right? Yeah, it's just like live and let live. Like, okay, you want to do this, you want to believe in this, okay, fine. If it brings you happiness, if it lets you lead a positive life, go for it. I'm thinking of blocking the player off. from some of these. I don't know how we can do that though. Let me see. We could do has dialogue node played. And I think if we put in its own ID as a false rule, we'll be able to use it once. But I'm unsure. Put it on anything you're afraid of, right? Yeah. Yeah, that works. That does work. Okay, perfect. And if did people waste energy even for war? We all know war sucks, but why do we still have wars? Understand people can take us to dark places, but that is better than just shooting them with our ignorance. Yeah, one of the books I really recommend to people, and it's not like, oh, here's a book to educate yourself, but more just a book that I found interesting was I always forget the name of it, in Ordinary Men, The Forgotten Holocaust, which was just about how a bunch of ordinary Germans ended up becoming, essentially working for the Holocaust and working in the camps and working for the Nazis, and how everybody has the capability of this evil within them if pushed with the right reasons. And I think understanding that everyone has the capability to do great harm and great evil, or great good and great evil, you can then just focus more on the and not the movie, but there's a book on it. I think understanding then you can just say, okay, it's not about people being good or evil, it's about how people are pushed and the circumstances that lead to them making morally good or morally bad decisions. Cool, and by the way, everything looks pretty, thank you. It is just a prototype, but this is representative of the kind of the art style that we want to have in our game. Okay, so yeah, that condition works. Then we can lock the player off from that aspect of a dialogue if we want. So if we only want the player to be able to go into a part of the dialogue once, we can set that as a condition. Father made a documentary many years ago about Germans stationed in Norway. They came here and he followed them around their old steps here. It was very interesting. It's already getting hot in this room. What's the temperature outside? Maybe I could open a window. It's actually pretty nice outside. I might open up a window. Let me do that. Anna Arendt was a German philosophist that fled Germany before things got hairy and went to the US to be a journal. Hey, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm disappearing. Yeah, we'll let some of that hair in that. But Maybe I'll open this one too. It's very hot in here. Okay, there we go. Might pick up some louder cars that go by. Hopefully it doesn't bother you guys. She got called to see and write about a trial one of the Nazis' leaders in arranging and creating the concentration camps. Oh my god. The Nuremberg Trials is also a very good movie. Obviously based on the very real Nuremberg Trials. I mean, we see like, I guess, small moments of it in real life, right? Where this is not to compare it to anything related to the Holocaust, but to relate it to the psychological complicitness. Is that the right word? Complicitness? Like the act of being complicit or just staying silent, right? Where he was playing with it. You know, like when somebody is like attacking somebody else in like a store on the street, and you have a bunch of people just standing around doing nothing, or worse yet, like filming it instead of helping. You know, I think that there's this element, I guess, of the flight or fight response, and also an element, I guess, just of a lack of empathy or feeling that you could stop it, especially once it gets too large. I imagine that that was probably the case for a lot of Germans, where they feel this guilt of, they felt, and probably realistically, that they weren't large enough to stop it on their own, but that it was very dangerous for themselves to organize a counter movement, because it would have been found out, and of course they would have been probably killed. You know, I think there's just a I don't know, it's a very nuanced discussion of how it came to be and what the different factions or thought processes of the Germans were at that time. And probably a lot of that has been lost to time. Most people, what could most people do? Most people do not want to risk their life for change. Yeah. And it's like, can you blame to an extent, you know, this complicitness out of fear for death? Kind of, but also kind of not. Another book is filled with anti-black, LGBT, Oriental, and even anti-Middle East propaganda because she got paid by the CIA to be very important writer, talking in the way the CIA wanted. Okay. Kind of wild. Go back a bit longer in European history, World War I caused. Yeah, I mean, I think there was just, it was a buildup of stresses and old, long-term feelings that even predates that, right? Going back. I mean, Europe is just for the longest time, was just a constant evolving land of, what's the word? You know, from feudalism. It's just constantly evolving. Rulers were changing. Feuds were starting, a lot of it based on religion or descent. And I think this was just maybe another flavor of that, right? Very interesting book about that trial called The Banality of Evil, where she talks about how cruel humanity can be, because being cruel is actually the faster way to comfort. That's 200% scarier than a lot of shit out there, and she's a victim of her own theory. That is a scary theory. But psychologically, I bet it does kind of make sense. Well, you know, it's like, it's easier to dismiss something than it is to try and understand it. it's, I guess, more of a threat response, where if we label something as a threat and we stay away from it, it's easier than risk letting it into our lives. I mean, even ironically enough, Spoon has a bit of this in his lore, where you know, he doesn't trust some races or some species because all that he's known of them are it's just like you know, violent and cruelty. And so why should he risk his life trying to understand this, or you know, find the good individuals when there are plenty of evil individuals that would harm him? She got paid and then went straight for the capital R on some of her pages. Capital R? What's the capital R? That's Cufford and that can start wars, yeah. I can imagine. I definitely can imagine. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. For now, we will put a... I kind of don't like how it's structured. Has not played dialogue node 1 times. Yeah, it works. I do think understanding people, and I think it means anybody, right? I do see a lot of people on... I can only really speak to US politics, but it's more of a... I think this exists everywhere, where people on one side of an issue don't even want to understand people on the other side of the issue, even though they may have a lot in common about why they're so passionate about this, or what their goals are to achieve for this issue. And I'm really not a fan of that. There's not even a trying to understand, and they approach the other side as if the other side is inherently wrong. And sometimes even just pure evil in cases where that, I don't think that word would even apply. And to me, that just kind of falls under, you don't want to have an honest conversation. You've already made up your mind. That's the point, some people know exactly how the other side works, and that's why they don't stop. What do you mean? Sadly, history repeats itself here now. Our neighbor Russia keeps fucking things up. Or hate or privilege or etc. You say they know how the other side works, or is it how they think the other side works? And then they group it together, right? Which is kind of why I say, again, this is going to be a hot take. I'm not an ally, as it's used with the LGBT community. I'm not an enemy, but I'm not an ally. I don't like grouping myself in with tons of people that think and believe different things just because they all seem to fall under this umbrella. They all have different goals, they all have different dreams and desires and feelings about people, and I don't think it's right to say, oh, I will side with you because of this one thing that doesn't really mean anything to me in the first place and doesn't really make you special. There, that's a new hot take for us to talk about. Where do you come from? Oh yeah, we had to ask okay, I know why that's there. It's never very controversial, you just don't care. I just don't think it makes somebody special. I don't think my sexuality or my gender makes me special in any way. I don't see why someone else's should. Like, it doesn't really mean much. I don't really see a point in being proud about it. I don't know, it's like, whatever. Like, just live your life. I don't really care what gender or sexuality people... Yeah, I don't really care. Do what you want, just don't bother me. I have the same kind of feeling. And it's really like, if you're not an asshole to me, I'm not going to be an asshole to you. I don't care what you are. If you come up to me dressed like, I don't know, you're some old dude dressed like Peter Pan, and you have a foxtail butt plug in, I'm going to find it weird. But you could also be a really nice person, and it's like, okay, yeah. It's a little bit weird what you're wearing, yeah, you know. Do what you need to do, buddy. Maybe just don't go around the kids or something, I don't know. Too many questions. When he asks if you can pull him in the tail, I won't go away. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not really comfortable with that. I don't think I'm gonna pull your tail, buddy. I guess here's the only issue with some of this is that we can't repeat. We should try not to have repeating node IDs, and we do kind of have some repeating node IDs because we copied this originally from Thief 1 when we realized that it was going to be way too many nodes in one dialogue loop. And we would have to propagate all of those to other loops. So we can't copy and paste nodes. Like, I can't just copy and paste this node somewhere else. So there are still some remnants of this Diag Thief 1. Very interesting video from the 1990s here in Brazil where a reporter went from person to person in the streets asking what they thought about LGBT people. And every single person interviewed either wanted distance or straight up said they wanted the police to kill LGBTs to clean the country. Well, I'm sure some of those feelings still exist in some people. As long as they don't actually commit those crimes, though, I'm not... You know, what am I supposed to do about it? I'm very much a free speech believer. Like, as long as you're not breaking the law, I think you should be allowed to think whatever you want. I don't think we should police people's brains. And that never works. That just leads to revolution. And usually not the good kind of revolution. Was her parents to someone else? What do you mean? Maybe someone in that video was my grandmother, grandfather. Do you hold the same views as them, though? views like that don't usually get passed down genetically. That's going to be more nurture rather than nature. I like the complexity that we've added, you know, because we kind of started here, we went very linear branching, not many like callbacks or conditional statements. And I think especially with family, we really started to push the boundaries of what we could do with the system. And there's a lot more complexity in follow-up dialogue that I really appreciate. I mean, maybe Brazil was, I think, probably maybe a bit different than the U.S. At least where I grew up in the U.S., the 90s and the early 2000s were a time of teaching kids like me, like millennials, late millennials, that it didn't matter what we looked like or where we came from. That, you know, we all shared the same mental capabilities, like the ability to think of our own and have our own dreams and desires. What is very important to Brandon, extremism is a good educational system for children so that they learn about other cultures, religions, so they can better understand others. Yeah, I agree. And definitely different parts of the world are going to have different things like this. So if you ever like to hear me talking about stuff, it's mostly US based, and I understand that most of my viewers are not US based, so take that with a grain of salt then. And I would love to hear what it's like where you live, so I can get a better understanding of that part of the world. Being cis straight makes people super uncomfortable. Makes sex, gender, sexuality, even class become things that don't matter. I mean, but I can be cis and whatever. I can be a straight white male and I can still just not really... Like, what can I do? I'm the only one responsible for myself, and I am responsible for nobody else. So my responsibility for myself is to say, I don't care what you are, as long as you're not an asshole. And if you're an asshole, I'm probably just not going to speak with you. Because that's the only thing that I can control in my life. And trying to dictate what other people should do with their lives, I think goes beyond the scope of what I believe in, principally. You know, like I said, I'm an individualist. I don't think it's my right to tell other people how to live their lives. I can have opinions, but that's where they stop. They're just opinions. I'm making things so complicated. I mean, there's certainly more complication when somebody isn't fitting within the norm. I mean, that's just expected. And nobody fits within the norm perfectly. There's some part of your life, whether it be those sorts of characteristics or other ones, where you don't fit the norm. I don't fit the norm in a way. I guess I take a lot of risks, and I have no problem destroying my life in some ways in order to do what I think is better for myself. Like just quitting jobs. So many people tell me, oh, just stick with it. It's stable. You get paid pretty decently. And it's like, pass, quit. That's one way that I don't live the norm. And that adds a lot of complication to my life. Okay, so we go back to Diag 1. Starts dialogue, lore loop thief. I might rename this. I rename all of these. Lore loop thief. Also remember that we only had Christianity as religious class, but now they have all kinds of religion. I remember taking a religion class in school from somebody who was Christian. But it wasn't a religion of, oh, let's read the Bible, let's study Christianity. It was, here's how Christianity works, here's the origin. Here's how Islam works, here's the origin. Here's how Buddhism works, here's the origin. And finding similarities, reading about like different origins of the religion and who started it, things like that. Like, I love that. That was cool. Because it wasn't teaching propaganda to kids, but more, let's analyze religion from a not factual base, more like just there is no right or wrong, there just is. And so let's just read about these and learn about them. That was cool. Like religious history. Exactly, that kind of thing. Really, their hates or stays away from things that they don't understand has become so big that whole governments and whole capitalist system benefits from it. I mean, every single system benefits from mistreating some form of people. I mean, on the other end of the spectrum, you have like socialism and communism, which certainly have done very bad things to the world as well. I live in Poland, and trust me, there's some people that actually preferred it when the Germans had control of the country, because, and it's really weird, but this is how some of the people here think. They preferred when the Germans were in control of the country because they treated the Polish culture better than the Soviets treated it. The Germans would steal, and the Soviets would destroy. It's nasty stuff. It's a whole complex banana. I don't really want to bite into. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, and they're both. It's not that it's right or wrong, but that both of these countries had both Germany and Nazi Germany and the Soviets had such a terrible impact on Poland that there's proponents for both sides and people that hate both of them. Personally, I think both were really evil in a lot of ways they treated Poland. Dialogue node NPC 0. That's fine there. NPC 2, 3. People are evil. Yep. All governments are just the same flavor of people in power, and people in power tend to become corrupted by that power. Unfortunately. You might have an issue here with dialogue node player 16. There might be some issues here with the names of these. Theoretically, I should rename lore loop. Shit, I don't know how to get rid of this. We have an issue where I don't want to have two IDs of the same thing, because if the player asks, what do you mean? And this is Diag Thief 1 dialogue node player 16. Inevitably, I'm going to make the same thing here, because I copied and pasted, or I duplicated this dialogue node, and I may end up making a player response that has the same ID, which means when the player goes to say this option in dialogue, if they've already said something with the same ID, it's going to show that the player has already asked that question, even though they have not asked that question yet. And it's only going to be an issue here because I duplicated dialogue lore loop from Thief 1. And my only real option here is to rename the IDs of this. shit. Yeah, why would someone lead if they don't want power? Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of knows the common sense belief that the people who would be best in power are the people who don't want it. And I think that that's always going to be true as long as humanity is around. We will never be able to escape our animal instincts to gain power and to hold on to it through whatever means necessary. I have to rename this something different. It's gonna suck, but I did _1, in which case I'll just have to fix all these to be underscore. It is what it is. All the new ones I make should have it updated. Yeah. Can you explain something to me from American politics? How come people can still keep their political jobs and positions if they are criminals and are doing very shady things? Oh, so you mean all of them? How can they all keep their jobs? That's my personal opinion. I think they're all fucking idiots. All the ones that don't like how it's running pretty much have left politics. Like, there were some politicians I really enjoyed because they were actively trying to be anti-corruption. And then they just left it. They left politics completely because they're like, it's too much. It's too deep. I can't fix anything. Oh, nothing but a certain one? For me, I kind of just see them all as engaging in some form of criminality. But, I think that there is there's some crimes where I think it would prevent you from being in certain political positions and some that won't. Then you also have presidential pardons. So the president can pardon anyone in the country for any crime. You can imagine how that could be abused. And in a lot of cases, people just don't care. I mean, they just don't care. Like, who cares? They'll make up an excuse. Oh, it was set up by the other political party, and, you know, they're innocent. Seem like humans don't have the will to do good things. That's not what I meant necessarily, Leo. I just don't think that the people who make it to the political sphere can do so through completely honorable and ethical means. I think that if you want to get that far up into the chain, you are inevitably going to have to do something that is going to be considered by many to be unethical or immoral. And that the system protects itself. So if there's a candidate that is I mean, the people are evil regardless of what government they control. No, I think that governments inevitably lean towards... That's not what I mean. I mean, like, governments always lean towards corruption. They will always become corrupt over time. That's happened for every single government in the world. No matter how it started, it always becomes corrupted and is either destroyed or becomes revolutionized. In which case, it starts off great maybe, and then it becomes corrupt again. So I don't mean that I worded it incorrectly. I don't mean like people are just always evil or always going to become evil. I just mean that governments are always going to become corrupted and do objectively bad things for the people that they control or have power over. Yeah, I think that some countries do it better to help fight corruption. I think some leaders are anti-corruption. I think we've had cases of that throughout history, although I think fewer of those than there are of the ones who are corrupt. But then it always leads down the same pathway. No matter what political system you set up, it's going to lead down the corruption sinkhole. And then there's only a couple outcomes for that. And that the people who should be in charge, who would be least corruptible, are the ones who don't want it. And I think that that's more of a I guess a issue with humanity, or one of those problems that we may never be able to solve. We may never be able to put the people in charge who are the best for it. But maybe there's a political system out there that could do that. But I don't think it would be democracy. As much as I hate to say it, I don't think that a democratic system would lead to that. Because humans just kind of have a specific way of thinking that is too easily manipulatable. Manipulable. Too easy to manipulate. Yeah, bots are rules, so maybe. I mean, there's a good South Park episode where it had to do with like the Vatican, right? I think it was the Easter episode, and long story short, they end up putting the bunny in charge of the church, Catholic Church, instead of a pope, and they ask, leader, tell us, how should we rule our lives? And the bunny can't speak. It says nothing, just as God intended it. And I think that's pretty true for like a lot of government systems. No democracy has ever surfaced on this planet. Same thing for communism, which is fun. Yeah, I mean, no, there's no political system that is true democracy. And I don't think true democracy is the best way to lead a country, especially larger countries like the US. Like the US is a constitutional republic because it's too large and there are too many different needs and groups of individuals that a true democracy I don't think would accurately reflect the needs of the country as a whole, which is why we have the House of Representatives, which is based on population. So different, more populous states get more people, right? And then we have the Senate, which is 2 senators per state, which was to help balance out the voices of the more populous states to give more power to less popular states. Popular, or states with less population. I guess popular is technically the term, but it sounds a bit weird. I do think that system does work. But right now it is working only insofar as it is preventing progress, because you have basically both the House and the Senate switching political parties. So right now it's just like nothing really gets done from government, and there's abuse of power from the president, no matter who's president. It's just 2 flavors of ice cream here, and they're both kind of shitty. They both don't actually care about you. They only say they care about you and your problems so that they get your vote. That's really it. Okay, we need to ask. Yeah, next one is about goblins. Okay, so let's make the lore loop for goblins. Master. I think US need a bit more political parties and a bit less lobbyism. The reason why we will have difficulty getting more political parties is because there are a lot of roadblocks in the way to prevent other political parties from getting an equal chance And the main two political parties will actively oppose this because it will siphon votes away from themselves. Like, the system is already just kind of, I wouldn't say beyond saving, but we need a leader who can go in and just clean house and actually do it. Not just say they're going to do it, but actually do it. An anti-establishment leader, not to destroy the establishment, but to completely change the way that we view political parties and political issues. Leftist party in the U.S. is called liberal. Oh. I don't know how liberal they are anymore. Look, I'm a centrist. I just don't like I don't like taking a hard side. I don't like grouping myself in with people who all seem to... We need to have this monolithic view of how to solve problems, because that's what will get people elected. I don't like that at all. I vote different every election too. My first presidential election in the US was between Hillary and Trump in 2016. I wrote in a different name. My second election was in... Was that 2016? Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then 2020 was Trump and Biden. Again, I wrote in a different name. And now this year, 2024, probably Trump and Biden again. Once again, I will write in a different name. People can decide Demo or Republican. I can choose like 20 parties and I still don't find one that I agree with. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. There's a really good, if you're just curious about like U.S. politics, or you're in the U.S. and you're trying to think who to vote. I think there's a there's a I Side With, which is a pretty nice site that ranks. It shows every single presidential candidate and how they've responded to each political issue, and then you say how you would respond to each political issue, and it shows you who you most align with, and then you can dive deeper into exactly what they've said and where what they've said is from, like the clip or the speech that they've had, or whether it's from their website. And I think that's a really good way just to see where things kind of go. Top issues. Really, police body cameras are number 3 as top issues? Why would anyone not want police body cams? I have that here as well. It's very nice for people that are not very interested in reading politics. I don't want to go to... I can't trust the news, personally. I can't trust mainstream news, because they all work for somebody. And I'd rather just go directly to the source. What did this person say? Unedited. Let me make up my own mind. That kind of thing. Brazil has like 3 parties with communists in the name. Liberals on the conservative side for us. That's how far left the U.S. can go. Yeah, U.S. is pretty far left. And I don't even think the U.S. is that far right compared to other parts of the world. I think people in the U.S. who think that U.S. right is far right have no idea what the rest of the world is like. The U.S. is a very left-leaning country, by and large, compared to the rest of the world. Very left-leaning. It is far right compared to Norway. Maybe Norway's more left. I mean, but maybe Norway kind of considers left different. I do know that Europe kind of considers left differently than the right. Like, for instance, I think in Poland, the right actually has some elements of communism. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly, but there is... It's very different here in Poland. It's far right compared to Brazil. Is it? What is far right about the U.S. though that compared to Brazil? Like, can you give me an example? Okay, we need to change this to thief. Speaker ID, thief. Communist Party here as well, but they're very small. I don't know too much about Brazil's politics. I only know that there's, I think your leader would be considered pretty right in the US. Okay, we want this to be a dummy. US manipulated Brazil into having a military dictatorship. I don't know anything about that. Not that it didn't happen, but I don't know anything about that. Save location, starts dialogue. Participate in other dictatorships around South America. Well, we do have a lot of influence, don't we? The scary thing is, and I'm not going to advocate for intervening, but is intervening far right? Because I think that the US would intervene no matter what political system is, because the US is a superpower and it wants to remain a superpower. And the reason you remain a superpower is by preventing other countries from gaining control over certain parts of the world. Like, if the US didn't do it, Russia would do it, China would do it, somebody would do it. I mean, look at what Russia's doing right now and what China does. Begin dialogue. Lore loop, goblins, thief. I don't think we need to start from an ID. We just need to jump right into it. That should work. Northman comes, kills, and takes back his land when he can't put in a ship. I mean, yeah, I do kind of agree with Toxpeak Games. It's kind of the entire history of modern South America. Was Europeans came over, did some shit, and took control. See, I think maybe that's like some. I think that maybe just be a bit of a different of how we categorize like right and left between our countries, Leo. I know when I was over here and people. It's like completely switched here in Poland. Like the left is the political right in the US and the right is the political left in the US. And so it's really hard to talk about it because you use the same term but it means completely different things. And then you have these like offshoots of Polish politics because there's old history with Russia and Germany and feelings about NATO and feelings about the European Union. And it's like all these different things that just don't matter to the US, and US politics don't really matter to much of Poland. One thing I can say is I don't like how the US is portrayed outside of the US, like international media. If we looked at a map of the US, for instance, from the perspective of international media, you would have that would pretty much be it. It would be those four areas that you would hear news about. And everything else it would be non-existent. And Poland is pretty much conservative. Yeah, but Poland is pretty conservative. But actually, it's mostly just Eastern Europe is kind of like that. It's pretty conservative and very religious. But it's also, I would say, another controversial take, but to some extent, the monoculture here in Poland makes it safer than some elements of Western Europe. Like, Poland is a very safe... Poland and Czechia are very safe countries. Probably not for reasons that would be very... would not be safe to talk about. But I don't mind talking about them. I'm just saying that they're safe countries. I like living here because it's safe. And I think that there are very clear reasons why it's safe. Okay, we need to come up with some... You want to ask something about us goblins? We need to come up with some ideas of things to ask Spoon. I think maybe a big difference is that Norway is built on social democracy, so 90% of the parties agree on the main things like what you will get welfare for. They just argue about the amount and so on. I mean, yeah, I think too that for like smaller countries, it might be easier to find common ground because there's a larger difference between living in the middle of Kansas and Los Angeles. And it's maybe not as large of a difference as living in some different part of Norway. But you can tell me if I'm wrong on that. Can I ask the average Portuguese native what they think of Brazilians? Do the Portuguese not like Brazilians? I know you guys like have different, you have Brazilian Portuguese and I guess it's just Portuguese, right? So you have different language, but I didn't know that there was some like bad blood. The sewer goblin? Yeah, this is gonna be asking specifically like cultural things about goblins and sewer goblins. So this is a way for us to learn about his species. We did have some... I gotta find it. Where is it? Lore and NPC question. Here it is. So these were some ideas that we could use to help. NPCs, race, and culture. We can kind of use this to spark some ideas. What race are you? They call us every single slur they've ever been. What? They've ever seen what? Also, the people governing have the same issues as the normal guy. They will work to get it, but yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest issues with the U.S. is that one of the reasons that federalism in the U.S. exists, right, where states can set their laws that in some cases can override federal laws. So, for instance, weed is banned federally, but it's allowed in certain states. And there's many cases like that, of course. That's just an extreme example. Because I think that states have a better understanding of what that state needs. You know, our states in the US are the size of your countries here in Europe. And so I'm more of a fan of like... Hey, thank you for the resub.
Vlads_workshop just resubscribed for 3 months.
Yeah.
Whoop whoop.
True. So true. I think that I'm more of a proponent of like smaller government because I think that local communities just have a better idea of what they need to effectively live, better than somebody thousands of kilometers away from you, right? Yeah, I mean, everywhere I've gone in the world, it's pretty racist. There's a lot of racism. And honestly, at least from what I've lived in the US is one of the least racist countries on average than some of the other places I've been to. I'm not saying everywhere, I'm just saying it certainly is not very high on the spectrum. But it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. You're not ever going to get rid of it. Is what it is. Colonialism kind of fucked over a lot of places. It did. Wait, sorry, tell me about your race's history. We could ask about like the history of goblins, but I also don't think Spoon would really know. Common traits. That could be a good one. Get into some generalizations about goblins. Any famous figures? That could be kind of cool too. Are there any like famous goblins? What is your race's view on other races? Fuck yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna dive into some goblin racism. Traditions and customs would be good. How is your race governed? Yeah, that could be good too. Challenges that goblins face. That could be nice. Are you writing your own lore for races, or are you just going to get inspired by things like Lord of the Rings, Discworld? I'm kind of writing my own lore, essentially. I mean, it's not that I'm not going to get inspired, but that I kind of just, you know, I garden the writing, so I kind of set something up and just let the characters take me where we will. And if people have good ideas in chat, we can always do something like that too. So like Spoon here is a sewer goblin, right? He lives with other sewer goblins in the sewers underneath Golemstone. Your goblins have a religious god? Maybe. If we want to give them a god. Maybe, you know, the sewer goblins don't worship a god. Well, no, he does have a god. He has a... Spoon specifically worships the god of spoons. Hold on. Where's his religion? Where do we talk about it? No, Stenchus, the god of sewers. He designed all of us to never be without a spoon. That is why we were able to survive, even if we do not have a proper spoon utensil on us. Because he believes that our hands were built by Stenchus to be like spoons, like natural spoons, so that no matter where we went, we would have spoons on us. So there is Stenchus, the god of sewers, so they do worship Stenchus. And I was thinking of making their like the thing that they worship to be the largest turd of the week. So in the sewers, they find the largest turd, and that becomes the new offering to Stenchus that they worship for the week. Goblin Sewers intro section of Oblivion? Exactly. Oh, he's the god of goblins in D&D. I'm gonna say that, like, because Spoon here doesn't know other goblins, he's heard of some of them, but he's lived almost his whole life in the sewers. He only knows sewer goblins, and I think sewer goblins are a bit of a different subspecies of goblins, and they have their own. They've kind of built up their own worship, living in Golemstone, their own deities and beliefs. And the Spoon Digenist like this. And he will eventually give you a book about spoons that the sewer goblins wrote so that you can read more about their beliefs. Story about interacting with the person who makes spoons. Sewer goblins are illiterate. It's gonna look really... It's gonna, like, be... I'll show you what it'll look like. It's gonna look like that. They have a sewer shaman that holds worship and does prophecies for goblins in the sewers. So I think we're gonna have it written by their sewer shaman. That's my personal kind of feelings on this. My eyes are crayon looking at this. True.
What do I
Ignore it.
find?
Scam.
There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
You know, I should set up a button on my stream deck that I can use to skip the current alert, just in case we get something like that. Let me make something funny about spooning. There is a D's nuts joke.
Wake up.
Thank you, Joe. Where did I put the D's nuts joke? Oh yeah, here it was. We don't cut off the hands of thieves because they're spoons, you know. Yes, you do. You just don't realize it yet. You should be lucky my dad didn't collect the cut off hand spoons, honestly. That's true. It would be quite the grisly sight to have a goblin walking around with a bunch of severed hands. Sounds like something the evil mind goblins would do. Mind goblins? Mind goblin these nuts human? Gotcha. So we do have a these nuts joke, and then he gives you the spoon nut as a bit of like him saying sorry. So he gives you the nut shaped spoon. Spoon shaped nut, not nut shaped spoon. Spoon shaped nut. Two different things. Want to watch something real quick? It depends on what it is. Hold on, give me 1 second to set up something on my. Where is it? Leave that. Stream elements. Skip alert. Okay, there we go. Please start stream elements SE live to use this action. What is that? How do I do that? What is stream elements SE live? What is it? Stream elements SE live. Is that like software? Oh, it's a plugin. Download SE live. Okay, I'll do that later. Okay, that sounds like a lot of work. Ooh. Who moaned? Super cool video. I swear to the spoon god. This might this might get me copyright struck though. I'll keep it open, but it might get me copyright struck on YouTube or blocked in certain countries. A lot of stuff does that, yeah. It kind of sucks. I'd be careful about what I play. What about goblins? Can you describe your culture? What are key beliefs or values of your culture? I think we'll have something like that, but culture stands on magic, technology, religion. Festivals or holidays could be pretty fun. Cuisine. My god, painting? They paint with turds. They paint on the wall. Oh, dude, it's so gross. How does your culture educate? They don't educate. Like, either the kid survives or it doesn't. What do you mean, educate? Painting with turds and collecting nail clippings is such a Discworld thing for goblins to do. Go for it. It's perfect, yeah. Okay, what are some... We need to word these in, a better way than just what ChatGPT has given us here. And if you guys think of anything that would be fun to ask, Spoon, the sewer goblin, go for it. Put it in chat. Maybe just tell me more about sewer goblins. Although that's kind of what this is. Are there more sewer goblins? Just ideas for things we could ask Spoon that might be interesting. If you don't think of anything now, don't worry, we're going to be writing this stuff for a while. But that's the thing, yeah, maybe he doesn't know. Spoon doesn't know. He's like, well, maybe there are. I don't know. I only know the sewer goblins beneath Golemstone. He's only going to really know about himself, and I think that's okay then. We can still have these questions. They just won't really lead to anything useful. But maybe he comes back in the future and he can talk more about it. He's just come to the surface. He's pretty new to the surface, so he doesn't really know. He's heard of other goblins, but he doesn't know if there are other sewer goblins, what these other factions look like or do or believe. More things you should know, or more things to ask Spoon. More things to ask him, and we'll figure out if he knows it or not. Do other goblins mock sewer goblins? I don't think he'll know, but for sure he knows that the store owners in Golemstone will openly attack or call the guards at the sight of a sewer goblin because sewer goblins will just steal shit from their stores. Are there other goblin factions you know about? What he eats? Does he hate humans? Does he hate... Yeah. There is definitely one what do sewer goblins think about other races, other species? That'll be a fun one. We can get into some pretty deep stuff about that. And it's not that... I think Spoon is a little bit bigoted. He only really knows sewer goblins and humans that would always attack him on sight. And the rat men that lived down in the sewers too that were pretty openly hostile. Or at least just not openly hostile, but easy to get violent. They will just murder anything that gives them a bad look. So that's really all he knows. What are sewer goblins' pastime activities? Oh, that's pretty good. Does he have a dream? We did do dreams in his main lore loop. His dream is to open up a pawn shop that sells spoons and... What was the word? Spoons and unconventional spoons. So things like bowls, shovels... What else? Ladles, shells, anything that can be used as a spoon. Has he ever killed a human? Has he ever taken a bath? Know of some war. Like pastimes. What do sewer goblins do to pass the time? You will be an alchemist, so you won't have magic, but you can ask them what they feel about magic. Are there any goblin mages? Are there any goblins that can do magic? He's gonna say not that he knows, but one time his aunt farted by the fire and flames came out. So maybe she was magical. Mages equal shamans. What if goblin shamans are just they can just do like practical magic. So they can like make it look like they've snapped and fire and flames appear, but they're just holding like a burning like leaf or something. Or a burning stick. Once they're specifying that the player is a human, is that a set of thing yet? Yes. The player is a human, yeah. You play the role of an alchemist, a specifically human alchemist. Who's their leader? Do they cultivate families? We kind of do talk about family already. But like leaders and hierarchy is, I think, a good one. Are they tribal? Yeah. Tribal and hierarchy is like... what's the hierarchy of sewer goblins look like? And of course, he won't know what the word hierarchy means, so you have to say like, do you have a leader in different positions? Oh yeah. Why didn't you just use that word, human? Whom do you answer to? Whom do you answer? That sounds a little bit too like epic. Who do you answer to, goblin? Whom do you serve exactly? You have a leader of the sewer goblins? Goblin man. You're a leader of the sewer goblins. Is there a leader? Like, yeah, you're looking at him. Really? No, it's some other. It's the shaman. The sewer shaman. Who sits on the turd throne, which is a throne made of all the turds that they find. Really kind of scary that I can just come up with ideas like that so quickly. The dude that figured out the methane from shit is flammable. This is the worst NPC that I can use to show publishers just how emotionally deep and interesting we can make our characters. I feel like this is just me creating my Terrence and Philip, if we can liken it to like the South Park universe. Have there been any other sewer goblins that have come to the surface? I'm gonna showcase dialogue and emotions. Yeah, why the fuck is sewer goblin? I don't know. It's not that he doesn't have depth to him. I think that just on the surface, it looks like he's just here to put some poop jokes in. But when you get down to it, he does have a dream of running this pawn shop. You can get him killed. You can end up with him being married to probably to a female troll. Rusty United Priest. Okay, so Kotzbetter is writing some other characters that he's going to put into here. So we will have some diversity with goals and personality and such. I think there was another one I was talking about too with somebody where... Okay, this one would be pretty interesting, but there's a younger girl who comes in and asking for some potions to help with sickness, help with like some bad diseases, and she doesn't really open up why. But if you keep telling her, if you keep helping her, you'll end up hearing from her that she is a prostitute, and you know, you can slowly get her to open up a bit more over time, and that she's doing this because her parents were killed, and this is the only way that she knows to make money for her two younger sisters. So you could, if you wanted, purposefully get her killed, in which case her next youngest sister will take up the prostitution as well, and of course then you could get her killed, which would mean that the youngest actually ends up dying from starvation. You can also try to just keep helping her and helping her save up money so that, you know, this oldest one, so that she can help find a place to stay for her two younger sisters, and maybe the youngest sister is taken in by this local black. I don't know. We were kind of going down this rabbit hole of these three sisters, and what are some of the outcomes of helping them or not helping them, or actively stating that I don't want to help with this prostitution, or you shouldn't be a prostitute, things like that. You know, just kind of get into these ethical and moral questions. And I think that would be really cool to do, but that would be quite a complex series of characters, especially if you could get the two older sisters killed. But I think it could work. Only Chronicles genocide around one. You could get all the characters killed if you want, or to some extent, right? We might have some characters that they just, if you tried to poison them or something, they just wouldn't come around, because they would sense that you've given them poison or something. Or they would end up in jail because you've gotten them caught by the law. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a real possibility. I don't really think that we should have necessary NPCs. I don't really like that. I think it's okay if we can write a scenario where, yeah, the story may not be as interesting as if you kept characters alive, but if you want to play this way, you can essentially just run your alchemy shop into the ground, and you'll have to deal with the corruption on your own without any help or assistance. You know, I don't think players are going to openly play like that unless they're going for a meme run. In which case, I think if they're going for a meme run, they accept the responsibility or the outcomes of that. That's just my view on it, though. Are there more sewer goblins? Are there other goblin factions you know about? What do sewer goblins think about other species? And be like, what do other species think about sewer goblins? Gotta play dumb when Guard Inquisition comes in. Where are all the adventurers going this way, dying from poisoning? It could happen. They could force you to pay a fee as punishment or something. It's in a rat albino. Yeah, I think we have some possibilities to make some interesting encounters like this, and the biggest question it's going to come down to is how many NPCs can we write and how deep can we really get with this. If we don't do voice acting, we can do quite a lot, at least for English. But if we want voice acting, it's going to be challenging. That's a lot of money. Okay, what do sewer goblins do to pass the time? Are there any goblins that can do magic? They're a leader of the sewer goblins. Just gonna ask if are there any sewer goblins that can do magic? You might run into like a different faction of a goblin. What's the state of AI voice lines worth looking at? Not for me. I don't want to do it. Even for prototyping, I'd rather just voice something myself. Or just go the Fallout 1 and 2 way and voice the important characters. Well, like, most of the characters are important. Like, they're all important. They all have some storyline that it leads to, right? They're all voiced NPCs. There are no random NPCs that show up asking for a potion. It's just going to be named, unique individuals on different encounters. Do sewer goblins have any gods or religion? I hear you alone in the room going at the mic. Buy Azura, buy Azura, buy Azura. I think at the very least, if we can get... I could at least take what we have here and send it over to a professional voice actor I know. And he could probably give me a quote so that I could see, okay, roughly how much is this going to cost to voice one encounter of one NPC completely? Or at least, what would it take to voice all of the lore loops for the character? And that'll give me a better idea of what I should budget. And right now I want to write this character to see about how long does it take me to write a character. Can I then teach a narrative designer, and how much time does a specialized narrative designer take to write one of these? Did you already work out today? A little bit. Tell me what you want me to do, plank or wall sit. Got a splice in a congratulations engineer somewhere. Damn it. Wall... Ugh, you want me to wall lank again? Alright, I'll wall link. Or wall sit, or whatever you guys... Plank sit, I think was the... Yeah, it was plank sit yesterday. You want me to plank sit? I'll plank sit and then I can go fill up my drink again. Oh, you want to wall sit? Okay. I will wall sit for you. And then fill up my drink. One. 4. 7. 8. You're gonna kill me. Alright, be right back. Gotta go get packing. Good luck with the writing and have a nice day, chat. Yeah, take care, man. I will be back in Krakow hopefully soon, because I'm gonna have to be back at least once to hand in my old office keys, and then I'm gonna have to be back at least once to hand in our old apartment keys, and I think that's... I want to do that on the same day, but it might not be the same day, so... I'll be back in and we can schedule some food. Alright, BRB, get a refill. Mute my mic too so you guys don't hear outside stuff. Hello. Kind of hot in this room. Ooh. Okay, we have two choices, chat. Raspberry or raspberry. I think today I'll choose raspberry. Tough choice. I have to go shopping today too. I did buy a PS3 lately though. We're planning to make a game that's inspired by an old PSN game, PlayStation Network game. And you can't get it anywhere else except on the PS3. So I had to buy the PS3 so that we could record some footage for reference. Whenever I get to affiliate, I will also get workout turn in to get your revenge. It's painful. Be careful. Set some cooldowns and limits on it, because otherwise you're just gonna destroy yourself. Okay. There's my special white powder. Okay, what do you want me to do? Push-ups, sit-ups, or squats? Sit-ups? Do I have any good place to do sit-ups? Because I kind of need to wedge my feet under something. I probably should remove sit-ups from there. I'd like to do sit-ups, but I don't have anything to wedge my feet under. Wing it. I don't know. I gotta take sit-ups out of there. We'll think of something else to fit in there. Few scenes, man. Back to writing. God ones have any gods or religion? What do we have? Cultures, cuisine. Could do cultures, cuisine. What are sewer goblins usually eat? There's a lot of options though. I think we'll have to be a bit more conservative with how much we put behind these options. I know that I say that now, but I'm just gonna like let it play out however it plays out. I mean, think that all of this came from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 options, and we already have 11. Sewer goblins partake in any art forms? Writing, art, music, etc. I have a question about the engine. Maybe you have encountered it. Have you gotten the planar reflection to work? Planar reflection? Like, what do you mean? Oh, non-screen spaced reflections. It renders the level again from the direction of the reflection. So it's like an alternative to, it's essentially faked. What's the word? Ray tracing reflections. To enable and use planar reflections in your project, you will need to do the following. From the main toolbar, go to Edit, Project Settings, Rendering Optimizations, Support Global Clip Plane for planar reflections. Okay, I will try it. Project settings. Rendering. Support global clip plane for planar reflections. Maybe. What are you trying to use it with? I'll just recompile some shaders, okay. Did I say an hour? Hey Chris, you're back. How'd it go? You guys want to do anything special for Shadow of the Erdtree tomorrow? Will any of you actually watch me play Shadow of the Erdtree tomorrow? Or are you guys going to be too busy playing it yourselves? I was wondering if we could do something special for it, like every time I die, I take a drink or something. I feel like that could get messy pretty quickly, though. You Google Sons of Valhalla, then you see the water reflection there. Kind of what I want to make, okay. Sons of Valhalla. Oh, I see. And you want to do this in 3D, or do you want to do it in 2D? I need a bigger screenshot here. In 2D. In Unreal? You're doing 2D in Unreal? Maybe it has an issue with sprites, or is it doing this? Is it not working with like everything, with even your 3D models? Kind of style I want to have, okay. It's a nice style. guess I have disabled some light settings since I use unlit sprites, but then again it works in preview. So the planar reflection works in preview, but it doesn't work when you hit play. Have you tried in a built game? Okay, we'll let this keep going. Alright, give me a sec. Doo-doo. Now tried that, okay. Well, we'll see if it works. Planar reflect. Okay, so there should be a planar reflection actor. Alright. I guess we can just place it wherever, right? Ew. Oh, I see there's a bit of like bit of chunkiness to it, okay. Controls the strength and normals when distorting the planar reflect. Okay. Is there any way you can make it like look better? Like I can adjust this distortion strength, but it doesn't really seem to do anything. Maybe it only shows when you have when you click simulate. That's that ain't working. Same problem for you, okay. Let me try running over there a sec. Because technically it would have spawned my character, you know, at the hut, so maybe it just has like a distance that it's activated at. There is something. Oh no, it's working. It's definitely working. When you see on the preview, it's almost like I want it for my game. You know, this is definitely working. Like, look here. See, this is doing screen space. Or it might be ray trace. I don't know. I mean, granted, there is also an aspect of the material on the water that we have to consider. Structure, you're looking. I am looking bright. I did adjust my exposure, and let me know if it's too much of exposure. Yeah, the water does already have it. Maybe I can put it somewhere where the water doesn't have it. No, maybe it has to like overlay a material that has that reflection on it, and it enhances that reflection, or that yeah, the reflective material. So you would have to have something under there. Maybe a water material reflection also would do. I think you just would have to have something with reflection under it. Hold on, we can test that too. Let's just make a shitty material that has no roughness and is fully metallic. Metallic 1, roughness 0. Shiny boy material. And we'll see if there's something we can do here. Alright. I might also have ray tracing turned on, I'm not sure though. I mean, it's for sure not, at least in the preview, it's not mirroring everything. So we put this on half of it. I don't see any difference. How is it working so well for the water? It must be something to do with how it interacts with the materials below it. I don't know. Off screen. I must have screen space reflections turned on or something. Oh, I do have lumen reflections on. Yeah, so I think it's the lumen reflections that are kind of just by default doing what a planar reflection might do. If you turned off lumen reflections, no global reflection method will be used. Reflections can still come from reflection captures, planar reflections, or a skylight placed in the level. So I guess turn your reflection method to none, or turn on lumen, and lumen will probably do what the planar reflections will automatically do. Or they'll do what they do, but automatically. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna turn that off because I don't know if it was giving me any extra performance overhead. Let's let it load up here. unlit sprites will be reflected on the material. It's a good idea. There we go. All good now. Okay, art forms for sewer goblins. Education. Education's a good one. Do sewer goblins. Sewer goblin children get educated in some way? What? I think that's a good start. That is a more than a good start. That is a lot of questions. Looks good. And then I think we do need a go back option. And that's going to restore the text, or restore the dialogue back. I think that's what we have here. Yeah. Copy. Paste. Okay, are there more sewer goblins? Are there more sewer goblins, chat? Can you think of any? I think he'll only know about his tribe of sewer goblins. I only know about Goblin Stone, you know? I only know about Golem Stone. We had about 30 of us by the time I left. Never really went up or down much. Sometimes the guards or some adventurers would do raids. If they had a mind to. But we had built we dug tunnels that only we really knew the paths of. None of you humans ever went. None of you humans really even tried to follow us down them. I think that's good. We'll do a response if the player has heard about Golem Stone or not. So condition, save choice. Ask Thief about Golem Stone. False. Events. Save choice. True. Golem Stone? Is that where you lived? Yeah, well, sewers of Golem Stone. And it was just your faction down there? Sewer goblins. Yeah. Well, there were also the exiles. Don't know how many, or if they're still alive for long after we exile them. Also the rat men down there. Now we do know about the rat men. Somewhere here. Somewhere here. Have heard about Ratman. That's the name of it. Didn't work? Mighty Rob. Do you have a scale on how micro your raptor really is? That's a good question. What scale is our raptor? You're so illuminated. Is my exposure too high? Programming Jesus. It might have been a bit too high. I can lower it down if you want. Oh yeah, I am pretty illuminated. I think some of it's from the light coming in now. I had to turn off auto exposure because it was not working well at all. Although, if I lower the exposure, you get some weird shit going on. Like that. Even now, there's some flickering. Kind of annoying. Whatever. I'll just be programming Jesus for now. Person background really looks heavenly. Perfect. New enemy faction for Helldivers 2 indie devs. I love it. That's the problem with streaming next to a window is now I have natural light fucking everything up. I can maybe get something that'll help block the light a bit better. Elden Ring tomorrow, yes. Yes, we will be doing Elden Ring tomorrow. Have heard about Ratman, false. And true. And then this will save that we've heard about Ratman. Okay. Ratman. What are those? Do we need a condition for this? Because what are we gonna ask him anyway? Like, exiles? You exiled members? Other sewer goblins? Yeah. Then we'll have a response where he tells them about Ratman, and then we can hook it back up to here. Where did we talk about Ratman? I think it was somewhere around here. Yeah, here they are. They sound quite nasty. Sub response, and that'll lead them in exiles. I'm gonna do that. Mentioned something about exiles. Sewer goblin exiles. And these will both lead to the same dialogue bind. That way it sounds a bit more natural. And mean little buggers they are. Well, not so little, mind you. These trust goblins. Okay, then we'll talk about the exiles. You mentioned, I think we mentioned them exiling when it was his mother? His mother got exiled or something? Oh no, she just got in a fight and then traveled. She kind of exiled herself. we can convince him to meet up with his mom again. If anyone acts up or does something to harm the clan, they get exiled. They're forced onto a floater and are made to travel down to the ends of the sewers. None of them are ever heard from again. It's likely they die. It's pretty barbaric. You solve things with words? It says, like, what are words? If we can't solve it with words or rocks, exile's the only solution left. Best not to let anyone risk our lives. And I made it work another way now? What did you do? Scene capture component. That works. Did the lumen capture not work at all? I wonder if it's something to do with the sprites. Look, I'm tired. Pretty sprites without lighting. Yeah, it could be something like that. I've never tried it. So bright. First 2D. I only tried one thing with 2D, and there wasn't much support for it. But this was back in like 4 point something, very, very many years ago. Makes sense, especially with how risky it is to live in the sewers already. Ended up being pretty linear, this. It's okay now. Using a few plugins, that's good. Yeah, default 2D in Unreal is shit. I'm sure that some plugins do help expand upon it. Exactly, it's for everyone's safety. So was there ever a time when an exile was allowed to return? Papers used to get state machines for 2D. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, that's really good. Which is pretty weird, is not Nate. It is very weird that you can't make Blackboard actors with 2D. Like you can't give an AI class to a 2D sprite. Those state machines for animations. Wait, so how do you control animations with default Unreal 2D? Couldn't you pass like an enum to the actor, have it change animations on tick? Or to fire off an event? Kind of hard. I mean, it's definitely not optimal. I'll put it that way. Give Tim a big kiss with tongue and hope he waves his magic fingers. That's true. That's a good point. Thank you for sharing. Anything else you wanted to know about goblins? We want to do it this. Yeah, we'll do it this way, and then we'll. Roll of goblins. Thief. Beast. Can you get that? You can also use notify systems on animations. Yeah, see the notify on animation or on like a specific, the specific sprite in the animation is pretty nice. Especially if you're trying to carefully determine when a hit from an enemy should trigger. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that you'd have to time it. I think it would be really annoying to do. Or flipbooks. I've used flipbooks. The flipbooks are pretty nice. I use that to animate in Unreal. Stretch. Okay, I'll do that. Not break my green screen. Oh, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Maybe it's like the heat or something. Someone is adding footsteps get silly without the notifying. Any news so far? News on what? On the games that we are working on. Oh, and like Decimation? Project Decimation? Yeah, I gotta get you set up with the subversion. That's for sure. Although if we want to use something that's a bit more visual and easy to use, we can always transfer it over to like plastic. But for now, I'll get you set up with that today if you're open. And then we just need to configure a talk with the level designer working on it. And he should be available, I think, after his vacation. Yeah, it's just June is kind of shit for both of us right now. Because I'm still I still have to go back to my old apartment and clean it and hand over the keys. And that's going to be a whole day of shit. And then I have to go back to, I have to go back again and hand over the keys to my office. And this is like a 4-hour trip each time. Very annoying. Just super tired all of a sudden, could fall asleep standing. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like today I just feel drained. Like not even mentally, just like energy. Ooh, you shed the reflections. Yeah, that looks nice. I like the green tinge on all that. Eat some fish and rice. Eat that omega-3. Could be. I do have some multivitamins I didn't take though. We get the ping that says we are starting working, so I can't wait for that. I mean, we can look. The thing is, like, we can start working on that at any time. I got you access to like the Trello, and you can see some of the stuff that we have to focus on. But I need the project set up from the level design side so that we have a bit of organization of how we want to do the levels. And I can't do that myself because I don't have the knowledge, but my friend does, because he's set that up before. So once you can set that up and we can, I guess, kind of say, okay, here are some, let's get this scene started, or let's get the level designers to figure out what assets do we want and need, get the level blocked out. Then I guess you would be able to just kind of like hit the ground running and getting stuff made. So we need the level set up, and then we need the level blocked out so that 3D artists can go in and start to properly make everything. Acid from Nethog. Oh, cool. It looks good. It looks really good. I like your backgrounds too. Never allowed, but some have tried to return. For sure. Usually we just threw stones and sewage at them until they went back down into the depths. In Discord, let 3 models make the assets and let's not buy them. Might take longer. We need to set up a level first with placeholder assets. So that's, you know, just prototyping, right? Because it wastes time if we're making all things from scratch, especially if we may not use that asset then in the future, or, you know, we go a different direction. So we have asset packs from like Cinti. Cinti is really nice for prototyping. And we should have enough already to deal with. I'll just open up this one, for instance. Like, these are really good assets for prototyping because they are very simple. They are good for representing the final level that we want. And then we can go in and replace them with something that fits a standardized style according to an art director. So we own some of these, we just need to figure out which ones we own and if they work with, let's say, the downtown assets that we'd like to have. There should be like a city or something. Yeah, like the city pack. I think one of us probably owns the city pack at this point. And I think this is a good starting point for our assets. And then we can build out a level based on that pretty easily. Norse mythology, one of the giant snakes in Helheim. Mythology is pretty cool. I like it. That's pretty cruel. Necessary, though. They're exiles. I'm not sure I want to help someone who lives in such a cruel society. I'm not sure I want potions from someone who can't accept my culture. 2024 has entered the chat. Guess this is where we part ways then. May not agree with it, but you're right. It is your culture. Yes, so human. And that will cut off the encounter. Events. Save choice. Beef wants to do business. False. And then we will save and encounter. The polygons were named for a famous Polish man. There's no way that's his name. Don't you dare make a D's nuts joke. I'm not falling for that bait. I ain't falling for it. You can't get me. What they deserve, I suppose. Exactly so, human. Okay, this will then lead back to here as well. So copy. Paste. I think that's good. More sewer goblins. Okay, I'm gonna pause the work on the dialogue here. I'm just getting like, I don't know. I can only do so much dialogue a day. I'm a really slow writer. I wanted to go over some Tim Cain videos that I saw the other day. We can let that chew up some time. Working in teams sounds like pretty fun. And then there was this one about relinquishing creative control that looked interesting too. Enough points for another workout. Damn you. Damn you. Okay, I'll change this over. Pending more spoon dialogue stuff. You know how it is. I work in the game industry, so I'm not sure how that would be to not have control of my own creativity. It's really hard, especially for... We can start with that one, actually. That sounds kind of fun to start with. Not this one. I think it's something that a lot of leaders have trouble with, and especially when you start...
Hi, everyone.
Okay, hold on, Tim. Hold on, Tim. When you start working in... with teams and with publishers and with community, you do have to start relinquishing creative control to some extent. When you are a lead game designer or a creative director, you're going to have to do some of that. And the importance that it is, and I know Tim's going to get into this, and I think he and I will agree on this, but the importance of relinquishing creative control is that you are not the only person working on this game. and you are not the customer. You're not necessarily the customer for your own game, right? You are the creator of it. You have customers that you're trying to appease. And so there is some middle ground that has to be met between you and your team, you and your publisher, you and your players. And all of that is going to siphon some creative control over to it. And the reason that you do that is to help them feel like they have had an impact on the game. It doesn't mean that everything they say or recommend is going to make it into the final product, but that it is a collaborative process, and nobody wants to work on something like a game for 3 years or something where where they have no say over how the game turns out. And that's especially true with teams, which might also then lead into this working in teams video that we have here. There might be some connection. But we'll start with this one.
It's me.
Wait, hold on.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about relinquishing creative control.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer a question from MJY Media, who asks, Hey, Tim, question. Do you have tips on relinquishing creative control? I wrote a TTRPG book a couple years ago, and handing off my writing to artists was the hardest thing to do. I had so many notes, but I didn't want to smother the artists. Some art didn't turn out true to my vision, and I'm still somewhat unhappy with around 20% of the art. I'm writing another book now. Tips for this next round.
I think that that's a good question. And, you know, I always like to go into these videos and give you my opinion first so that I can see if Tim agrees or if he challenges me, or see if you guys agree, or if you challenge me, and then, you know, as we go, we can have that discussion and go point by point. So a tip that I would have for relinquishing creative control is realizing that, I mean, I can really only speak from the perspective of like a creative director / game designer, where I've been in the case where I want to have so much control over how the end result is that I think that can smother people, or it can turn people off from wanting to work on the game. I think a tip for me is to realize that ideas are only ever ideas, and figuring out the best solution to a problem is, and should be, a multi-person action, or it should involve multiple people from multiple disciplines. So when you start off, if he's saying, oh, handing over my writing to an artist, and I have a vision for how that turns out, well, the artist is making this based on your vision, right? So if they don't get something correct, then you should just say, yeah, I envisioned it a different way. Could we redo this part? And most artists will say, yeah, that's okay. Or you can say, look, I don't know exactly how this works. Can you give me an idea that maybe is something better than I envision? At least from my perspective, working with artists, they've always created something that I didn't envision exactly, and it always turned out better because of it. That artists have this amazing ability to see things in a visual way that I've never had. So I think just work on it, just iterate. Know that the first time that you complete something is not the time that that's going to be considered completed. It is the first iteration, the first version of that. Even the thief that we're writing now, Spoon, I don't mind giving that to a narrative designer and having them say, yeah, this is boring, this is poorly written, this is a hole, this doesn't lead anywhere interesting, so get rid of this, and this, and this. And then I can say, well, I want to keep that, but maybe there's a way that we can make this more emotionally meaningful for the player, or add in some additional ways that the player can respond. Let's keep iterating on this together, because you have your knowledge of narrative design, I have my knowledge of systems design. Let's find a way that we can make this work for both of us. But I think it comes with maturity. I think it comes with experience. And I think if you've ever been in a position where you have creative control, that you will see if you're doing it poorly, because people won't want to talk to you. People won't want to ask questions. And you'll push people away. And it's very noticeable unless you're a sociopath or something and you don't notice when you're pushing people away. All people have different skills. I would not start making music for my game since I have no clue. but I have an idea how I want it to be like. Exactly. But that might be a shit idea which someone else would know better. Yeah. And the same thing for like Cauldron Chronicles for our music, for instance. I say, you know, like meditative, Jeremy Sewell, just relaxing, and I can go to a composer and they can say, okay, how does this sound? This sample, this reference. And then we say, I like this, but not in this case, or I didn't know I liked this. I didn't know this is what this genre was called. Maybe let's lean more into that and see if we can create something interesting. You know, an interesting melody or harmony. So yeah, it's just like, you know what you know. Somebody else knows what they know. Trust that people, even if they have a bad idea in that moment, that they oftentimes will have more specialized knowledge about the thing that that you're talking about. And so just give them some space to work creatively, because then they can be challenged creatively. And if they're not challenged creatively, all of your artists, all of your creatives will usually end up giving you poor results, because they're not being creative now. They're just vomiting out their part of the work based on this set of conditions that you gave them. And no one person in the world, no one person is better at making something than a group of highly talented individuals. I sent a clip to a friend of mine who was a musician, and he knew at once how to make it, and just in a few minutes he made a, I'm thinking of something like this, and I was mind blown. Yeah, that stuff blows my mind, and it's so inspiring, because I can just see somebody doing something that I can't do, but we're doing it for the same reason. Like, we're doing it for the same goal. And you realize just how amazing it is to work with other people. But I'm sure, like I said, the working in teams video here is going to kind of cover some of that too.
That is a good question. It's tough to answer, especially in general. Also, I want to point out, I already have a video on task delegation, but that's more how to delegate the task and then manage the resulting work. If that's what you're looking for, about specifically how to hand out work and manage the people who are doing it, I recommend that video, and I'll link it below. What I'm going to talk about here is how to decide what bits of your IP you even want to give up control on by having someone else do.
It's a good question.
Entirely. I'm going to talk about how I tend to break down work into 3 areas, and then that controls that determines how I'm going to relinquish that control.
I think going into game design, like having goals, right, is, I think, more important than having ideas. So, for instance, recently I am working on some combat design with somebody for Cauldron Chronicles, right? We're still pretty far away from implementing that, but we're talking about how we want it to be. And I shared some developer stories. Maybe I can pull up a picture of this. Okay, Discord is not letting me make a screenshot of that. Thank you. So I was saying, as a developer, these are like developer stories. I want the combat to be accessible but not shallow. I don't mind the player brute forcing standard enemies. I would like the enemies to have mechanical weaknesses that must be overcome by countering them with effects. And so this is a way for me to say, this is what I'd like to accomplish. And so many ideas can come from this, and how we can do it in different ways. And so this is kind of like, let's start a discussion with these goals in mind. I have a vision of how I think we can do it, but that is all open for discussion at this point. Because as long as we achieve the goals, the methods of achieving that are, they can be anything. We can do it in any way. And I'm not a combat designer, so I don't have prior experience or titles that I can use to use, as a reference here, as good as somebody who is a combat designer. So I think going into it with, I don't have a specific vision for this system, but I do have goals. That then is an invitation to say, what are your ideas for how we can meet these goals? And we can start there. I'm trying to shit on Inanzer, but a good handful of Jeremy Sewell's work actually has a place in my memory thanks to those earlier Bethesda RPGs. I remember nothing music-wise from Fallout 4 and Starfield. No, I agree. I think Jeremy Sewell is an exceptional composer. think this is the reason there are so many good indie games made in small teams. Yeah, good small teams. I think like a team of like I think a size of 8 is where you start to have the best results. And as you go larger or smaller, you tend to have worse results. So team size of like 8 to 10 people is, I think, the golden. But that doesn't mean that teams of larger sizes can't achieve things better. It just means you need to start breaking things down into smaller bits and have teams handle smaller bits with really good managers and communicators in between them. Yeah, if you're curious what some of the goals are for our combat system, these are some of my goals. You can take a screenshot of that or something. We'll talk about it more when I start to actually think more deeply about the combat design.
So those 3 areas are things I care very deeply about.
Yes.
That I think are critical to the game being my game. People playing the game going, yeah, that feels like a Tim Cain game. And then there's...
You can almost say that those are like the core pillars, the things that you do not negotiate on. No, we don't do this with NPCs because that would go against our core pillars. Those are the things that I think you should never negotiate on. That doesn't mean that you can't change them, but that's what pre-production is for us, for setting in stone your pillars, just saying this is what we've all determined is the holy guiding light of our game. We do not negotiate on this, we do not settle. This is where most of our funding and effort goes to. And then you have those tertiary systems that are, okay, we want a fishing minigame. I don't know how it works, but if I have another designer, I can say, yeah, you know what, handle the fishing minigame. Here are some goals that I'd like to achieve with it. Do what you need to do. And if you disagree on any of those goals, let's talk about it. And that's how you can relinquish creative control. Just trust, give space, and say, I don't care how you accomplish it, as long as it meets these criteria that we agree on.
Things that I watch closely, but either I don't care as deeply about it, or I know that there are people who can handle it, and I'll talk about that.
Exactly.
And then that leaves a third class of things I completely, frequently, and historically have just completely delegated to other people.
Yeah, I do that a lot with like visual things, like, oh, do you want, or like level, I don't know. It's like level design. It's like, look, you guys can just make the levels, okay? Make the dungeons. Do what you need to do. Think of some interesting things. I'm going to delegate that to you completely. You have total creative control over how these dungeons work, as long as they fit within the core pillars. Okay? You can show me what your progress is, but I'm not going to manage you too hard or be in your face every day about it.
So I will talk about each one of these. But I should let you know that these different categories include lots of different parts of the IP.
They do.
It might be code, it might be design, it might be setting, it might be story, it might be scheduling, it might be test plans.
Every game's
pretty
gonna
much
be different in this regard.
Almost anything but art is something that will probably fall into the first 2 categories. Art usually falls into the third one. So let's go through each one of these categories one by one. So things I care deeply about. Those are things. Usually it's code things, or well, I'll talk about what they are. But what I usually do with these things,
and these are things he finds important.
I either make a first pass myself, so the person who is going to do second and third and fourth passes sees the direction I want to go and the tone and what I'm expecting from it, or I will make a list of all the important things that I expect to see. I usually give these as I want these, but there's a hint of I demand these. It's a want. It's basically I expect to see these. If I don't, we're going to have to talk about it. So if you really feel like one of these doesn't belong, I hope you can justify it.
And it can sound a bit dictatorial, but to an extent, as a creative director, you have to be. You have a specific goal in mind, and people are expecting that, right? It's expected of the game that you're making in a lot of cases. And it's not like you can just be a passive creative director. No, you have to have some goals. It doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to be swayed or have your mind changed, but that these are things that you need to start off with, or things that are saying, no, our NPCs are going to have this. Our alchemy system is going to act like this. Let's work off of that basis. Because at a certain point, if you deviate from what that game is at its core, you've created a new game, and you might as well just make that game, and not this game. So there is a line where it's like, okay, are we actually making the game that we set out to make, or has so much changed that we're now making a different game with different pillars? The reason the pillars exist is because you've determined that to be your marketable, your most interesting, most unique aspects that you want to focus on and put most of the resources into. And if you don't follow that, you may as well not have pillars. And if you don't have pillars, then you don't have anyone in in your team that can look at it and say, well, what's the most important part of our game? Like, is what I'm working on important? Or is what I'm working on just kind of something to add a bit of extra shit to the game? And it's not like one of those is better or worse than the other, but that it's really good if people on the team know, hey, this is central to the game. Put some care into it. Put some love into it. This other thing, we can do whatever. So, let's have a discussion. It doesn't need to be as complex or as deep or as visually central, right, as this other thing.
These are features that I will watch from start to finish. So I let people know who are getting delegated these features that if you're working on them, you'll be working with me a lot. A lot. I will be coming by your office. We'll be having meetings. We'll be exchanging emails and Slack messages. So if that makes you uncomfortable, let me or your lead know, because someone else will have to work on it. This is a feature that's important to me because I think it's important to the game. So I have had some people move because they think that's too stressful. I've had people who love it. And that they especially love it because they want to learn how this process works because they want to be a lead someday.
I think that it depends on the team, right? But I can also see an excuse to say, if somebody is not okay with that, I don't know, it depends on the team. Maybe it's maybe it's immature of me to say this, but I think if somebody wasn't okay with working with me one-on-one for a crucial system, I don't know if I'd want them in my team. But it could just be, again, that different team sizes, right? That I'm only going to be hiring designers, a few designers at most, like one or two. If they cannot work with me as the creative director, then what's the point of adding you to the team? But I can understand maybe it's like, oh, I want to work on something smaller that isn't so important. I guess fair enough. Maybe it just depends. I don't know. That's an open discussion we can have.
I'm frequently confounded by people who don't want to do certain things in game development, but eventually want to be a lead in charge of people who are doing those.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I completely agree. That's kind of my thought process too, is like, okay, you don't want to work one-on-one because it might be a bit too stressful, but then what are you doing? Working in like an indie team? I mean, again, because he works in like some larger productions, I'd be working in an indie game where we do not have the resources or capabilities to hire people that cannot challenge themselves and work outside of their comfort zones at some point. So anybody who's going to say like, no, I don't want to work on that because it sounds too big or too stressful, like, okay, so why are you in this team where that's what's expected of you to a certain extent? It doesn't mean that if you feel uncomfortable working on something larger, like if I brought in a junior dev and said, hey, you're going to work on alchemy with me. Like, okay, but alchemy's pretty big, right? And it's pretty important to the game. If it doesn't feel good, we have a bad feeling game. Like, yeah, but that's okay. It's like, we will work together. We will both uncover what makes it feel good and what doesn't make it feel good as a team, right? And we will bring in other people who can help us make it feel good. Bring in the UX designer, bring in a UI designer, bring in some 3D artists, a visual effects artist, and we will keep working on this and iterating on this until it feels good. But if that initial challenge turns you off, then yeah, I don't think you would be hired to work on Cauldron Chronicles or be hired to work at Microraptor, just because we want to cater we want to have a specific cater team that is people who have high ambitions and have no problem taking on challenging work as long as they can be humble and admit, look, I want to do this. I'm not very good at it. Can I get some help to accomplish it? And then we just find the right people to team you up with to get that solved. No judgment, no questions.
Things. If you've never done those things, if you've just watched other people do those things, I don't think you should be a lead. I've had this discussion with people who want to be leads and some people who were made leads. And it was an Uncle Tim tough love situation where I was like, I don't think you should be doing this because you do not have the experience to do it. That's why seniors manage people to learn how to manage before they become leads, where management is a big chunk of what they're expected to do.
A large chunk.
The areas that I tend to care deeply about are code, system design, the game setting, and the game story. And these are all different. So for code, I may do a big chunk of the code and then pass it off to someone, or at least do all the API or the high level, or have very specific coding instructions if it's going to go off to a senior who I know can handle this. The same thing for system design. I may work out a system design on my own before I pass it over to a lead or a senior system designer to take over. The setting may get written down in detail. The story may be written down, not only in detail, but by act. And what maps I expect to be in what act, and what characters I expect to be in what act. These are things that are done before anything gets passed off to anybody else. Because these are the things that I think usually make a Tim Cain game feel very much like a Tim Cain game. And if I'm going to be a game director on a game like that, I want it to feel like a Tim Cain game. I want people to get what they're expecting to get from me. The second category, these are things that I watch closely. I will make a list for people of what I expect, but many times I'm like, look, if you surprise me and you defend it well, great. I'm going to come around to it.
Exactly.
But you own it now.
Yes.
You're the person who's going to drive this because your idea was better than my idea. So it's now your idea. You'll get full credit for this idea, but you have to own it. You have to drive it, and you have to show me you can drive it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that that's exactly what a good creative director should do, or game director in this case. You have that direction, but if somebody comes by and says, hey, here's a way we can do alchemy better, like, okay, well, now we're doing your idea, so tell me what you want to do with it. It's as simple as that. It's like no ego, just be humble, admit when an idea is better, ideas win, not people, and then we follow the best ideas in all of the parts of the game's development. And I think that way we're continually challenging ourselves and letting each other level up essentially beside one another, so that there's never a hierarchical problem where just because I'm above somebody else, that now every single thing that I shit out is gold and everything they shit out is shit. Like, no, anybody can shit gold, anybody can shit.
So, the things that I often watch closely but don't care as deeply about, these are things that I could do, but I found other people are much better at doing. I like to talk about them, but I will often defer to the other person's judgment.
For me, it's anything
because
art.
I feel like they're frequently better.
Yeah,
they have better
art
ideas.
Or
they have better ideas or better implementation than I do. So, like, I may want things for this. This includes like doing the planning for the game, doing the scheduling.
Oh yeah, same.
Itemization, like exact itemization, which is below the level of economy. Humor. I watch all the humor that goes in, but I love watching the narrative designers take things and run with it and come up with things I never would have thought of that are just brilliant. So
that'll be me too.
Those
I
three
can't write
things,
for shit.
Planning, itemization, and humor, tend to be things that I watch, but I don't care so deeply about that I've made extensive plans before people take over them. And then finally, that goes the third category of things I just delegate. Things I'm like, okay, this needs to be done. Do it. I usually find someone whose experience and work ethic I trust, and then I let them control it all. I say both of those. I have to be experienced in it, but I want a work ethic that means I know they're going to stay on top of this. I know this stuff will get done. There's nothing more frustrating than having something someone has done before, having them say, yeah, I can get 10 of these things done this month, and then they get 5 of them done. And they tell you it on the last day of the month.
See, I think that just requires really good communication, and some of that is individual, right? I think you need to have a team that you can trust, but a team also needs to be trustworthy. They need to be able to say, look, I said 10 back here, but some new things have been added to my plate. I think I can only get 5 of them done this month. And it's like, okay, tell the producer, tell your lead, tell the creative director, we'll get it sorted out. You know, this is understandable. And then next time when you say, maybe I can do 10 things, take into account that other things might be added to your plate, and that number may be, you know, don't oversell yourself. Don't be overconfident. You can be confident, but don't be overconfident.
It's just frustrating because if you had told me you only had 2 of them by week 2, I could have made plans for those last 2 weeks. Or we could.
The moment you see a red flag, just say it. Just say it. There's nothing wrong. The worst thing that can happen from a red flag, if it really exists, if a problem exists, the best time to say it is the soonest time to say it. And it just gets worse and worse and worse because you're giving people less time to adjust. So if you see a problem, state it right then and there. I wasn't other people sell you to high. Yeah. And people will try to oversell them. Unfortunately, I see it a lot with like overconfident juniors or people who aren't, and I've been in this scenario, so I'm saying it as somebody who's been in this scenario, overconfident seniors who have been given too much leadership and don't have experience with all of the, like you said, when you become a lead, you have a large chunk of your time taken up by managing, by bullshit meetings and planning that has to be done, but it means you have less time now for design. And so it's like you had this much time as a senior and you have this much time to design as a lead, which sucks, and I hated it. But I had to do it because somebody had to do it. And yeah, I would often miss my calculations, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't realize that there were all of these new responsibilities being added on top of me that I didn't really want to do, but somebody had to do it. No clue about the work needed to just say, yeah, he can do it. I see some days clear in his calendar. Yeah. Yeah, it's constant. Like, planning is just constant reiteration on top of how much time did it take you to do? How much time do you think it would take you to do? And what do you have to work on now in the future? Definitely get annoyed that I have to do my own social media. Understandable. Discern. Also, hey.
Could have tried to come up with, well, shoot, maybe we can get by with 8, but maybe we can't do 5. We'll have to figure something out.
Say it soon.
So
as soon as
I look
possible.
for people who basically know what they're doing, have done it before, so they can make predictions of how long it will take, and then come to me if there's issues.
And the prediction part is a very important aspect of seniority in game development. Like, the reason that we prescribe these levels of junior, mid, senior, lead is really, and I can really specifically say about like game design, right? The reason, I look at a junior game designer is they can have great ideas. They can have the same awesome ideas that anybody with 20, 30 or more years of experience can have. But their ideas aren't filtered through experience with having done it before or having worked on other games and having made mistakes, having seen what work goes into making this cool idea that they have. They say, I don't know, let's think of like open world RPG game. It'd be cool if you could pick things up and craft with them and then place those things into the world. A good experienced designer can say, okay, so we need to have a system of interaction. That's going to have to go over to the programmers for, for being able to interact with things. We have to have an inventory system. That's going to have to be coded. Then we have to have a crafting system. This all has to go to UI and UX. All of these are going to have sound, so we have to have sound to go over it. 2D art made for all the things that you can pick up. 3D art for all the things you can pick up. Then we have to have this crafting system within the world. That's going to be a lot of work on where in the world can we and can't we craft. That has to go over to the level designers. And it's like all these things have to go in my mind about exactly how much work it's going to take to make the system. And juniors usually just don't have the knowledge of what it takes to get from point A to point B. They just see cool point A, cool point B, awesome. But they're not filtering it through anything. So their estimations for how much time it's going to take for them to complete something is very inaccurate. Very inaccurate. Because they have no idea what goes into making it. How many times when I was working in commissioning, a project leader or seller have already given me the amount of hours to do the project with the profit. I have no clue about the amount of work needed. Yeah, it's like, no. You tell me what you need, and I quote you with how much time it takes and how much it'll cost me.
And I know that the issue isn't they just let it slide and oops. So those are the people that I just give these things over to, and they control it. I do want to see what's going on, and I might have questions about it. But if we ever disagree about anything, you're probably going to win.
Yep.
Usually, this is a category of things like
art
or art adjacent, because these are things that I can't do, and I often find myself not very good at judging. This includes the visual design of the game, like concept art.
I can't judge that stuff for shit.
Characters and creatures, visible items like armor, but it can also include things outside the game like advertisements. Frequently, it includes things that aren't art. But our narrative design, like dialogue, like I like doing lore and I like doing setting and I like doing story, but when it comes to dialogue, I'm not very good at it, and I will almost always defer to the narrative designers. The only issues I usually come in and talk about is this character doesn't feel right, or I said this thing to the character and their reaction surprised me. It wasn't what I was led to expect. I hope you were planning to surprise me.
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide.
Selvig, thank you for the follow. No. Welcome to the stream. I'll do some push-ups to XP Games after this video. What was he saying? Oh yeah, like dialogue. So I think I'm in this similar camp where it's not really worth anything, but I feel like I can do better high-level design for characters and narrative than I can do low-level. Especially dialogue. I just think I suck at it. I'm way too slow, and I think my dialogue sounds better in my head than it sounds when it would be read by someone or read from their mind. So I'm okay with delegating all of the narrative design for Cauldron Chronicles over to narrative designers, as long as they understand the core of our main goals with it, right? Is to don't worry about being controversial or touching upon difficult ethical or moral questions. Just do it in a way that allows the player to go down any path they want, agree or disagree, challenge the NPC or accept what the NPC is saying. Have a good combination of both lighthearted characters and emotionally, or I guess, more like a deeper, difficult emotions like sadness, I don't know, just to have a good diversity of storylines, and let's try to touch on subjects in our real world, but not by making references or inserting our own political views and biases into these characters. Just let the characters be the characters. Let them say the things that these characters would say and do, not what you would say and do. And let the player respond to it in ways that any person on this world might respond to it, not a specific demographic or group. Meaning that if there is like a racist character, for instance, that the character could agree with that racism or could disagree with that racism. And let the character then, maybe sometimes they can be swayed away from this thought that they have or this belief, or they can't be, that they're entrenched in their view and nothing you can say or do will push them out of it. I think that that's more interesting to approach.
Otherwise, something's wrong with this character. That's the kind of stuff I'll say. I won't come in and go, I have a complete rewrite of your character.
Yeah,
that never happens. So, So now that I've talked about those two things, let me talk about one last thing. This whole video is about me talking about a situation where you get to decide where control goes, where you by default have 100% of the control. This is not often the case. Even when you own an IP, you frequently have to find people who do things that you have no experience in.
Yep.
But even more frequently than that, you're going to find that you don't own an IP. And once you don't own that intellectual property, you're going to lose control, creative control of part of it, even on the first game.
It's becoming less common, but it is still the case where a lot of publishers will buy the IP to your game, and you don't have much control over it. And especially if there's going to be a sequel or a spin-off, you have no control over it. I know Hapu Games, I think the developers for Risk of Rain, they sold the IP to Gearbox. And Gearbox, I think, was going to, or still is going to, make some mobile cash grab game. There's nothing you can do about that. It's going to happen if Gearbox wants it.
And you will never have full control over it.
Nope.
Ever. And eventually, you will have no control of it because someone else owns it. Someone else paid to have it done.
Yep.
Look
at Richard Garriott, the owner of Ultima. Well, he sold the rights to EA. And now EA owns it, and they're not going to do shit with it. They're not. And unfortunately, Richard Garriott, who spent grandfather of modern RPGs, Creative Ultima is just, what's his legacy now that he can't get it back. And that sucks. That's really stupid, and this sucks. One thing I can say is, never sell your IP. If your IP is good enough, you will find somebody who can allow you to make the game, and you'll make it in that universe, and you will own it. Never sell your IP. It's never worth it. Don't do it.
To accept that. And by accepting it, I mean you need to do one of two things. You need to completely understand that this means that level of control you have will drop and eventually be zero. And you have to accept that and know that it will happen. Or you have to stop making IPs for other people. Meaning you have to self-fund it, or get into a position where you've done enough other work. Maybe you've put a lot of the game together, a lot of the code, a lot of the art, that you can find a publisher who's willing to say, yeah, we'll publish this game and you can keep the IP because so much work has already been done on it. That's rare. It does happen, but it's really rare. But I'm just saying, you need to accept that you will eventually lose control of an IP you don't own. So accept that. If you do own it, as I've talked about, there are some things you're going to want to relinquish control over to people. So I hope this video helps in thinking.
It's becoming more
about
common.
How you would do that.
Yeah, I think a good video. I think it's becoming more common. One of the things I say to publishers when we talk to them is, I'm not selling you my IPs. Don't ask. And if that's all, something that you require, then I'm not working with you. So at the very least, you'll know that we're not going to be selling our IPs. We will keep them. And it's never going to be the case for any of our games. Legacy is still Ultima. EA can't take that away from him. You're right. Yeah, he is the Ultima guy. Very nice guy, by the way, too. I met him. Very nice dude. I heard recently creators are licensing their IP to their own studio, so if the studio is sold, they still own it. That's pretty smart. Yeah, although it will make the studio worth less. But it's still a smart thing to do. Like, for instance, I own Microraptor Games. Me. We can change... For instance, I can, I own the name, I own the logo, and if I were to sell it, I just would not sell those. I would license it or something, or I would just remove that license if the company in somebody else's charge would ever do something that I disagree with ethically. I could then revoke that, and they would be forced to become a different name and studio at that point. I met at a Gamescom event back in 2017. That's pretty cool. I met him in his studio in Austin, which I heard later was very rare because he flies around, I think at that point it was his New York and Austin studio or offices all the time, and he's rarely in Austin. So I was just able to get this personal private tour of his studio and his office there in and his whole team. It was really cool. I was the only one there, and it was just, yeah, a happenstance. Life-changing. I will never forget that. Let me do my push-ups, then we will watch Working in Teams. Get that loaded up. 1, 2. There we go. Good stuff. Gamescom all the way in Germany. I think he was working on Shadow of the Avatar. What was Shroud of the Avatar? His Unity game. Okay, Working in Teams. Oh, don't worry, don't. Fine, I mess up names all the time.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about working in teams.
Yeah.
Something you will
Hopefully not Microsoft Teams.
almost inevitably have to do if you go in the game industry. And
You should
I'm going
do.
to tell you why I'm talking about this. So last night, poking around Netflix, I found a Duran Duran documentary. Now, I was really big in Duran Duran in the 80s, and then they made this comeback in the 90s.
Weird start.
And it was interesting to watch the history of it. But what really spoke to me, they did an interesting thing where they started with all of them together talking, and then they went to each one individually and talked to them about how they grew up and why they wanted to become a musician and how they got into the band and what they thought about being in the band and why some of them eventually left, why they left the band. In fact, the whole documentary was pretty much could be summarized as the band came together, lasted for a few albums, then at their peak, members of the band started to leave, even after just a few albums. And they talked about that. And that spoke to me as someone who's been at different companies with different teams, and a couple times I've also walked away.
It happens, yeah. And you know what?
I wanted to
Arguably, you should walk away from a team if, however it's being managed, is not working for you. And I think that's difficult for juniors to do. You may feel like you don't have an option. And even right now in the industry, I can understand if you're a junior and you're just like, I'm just going to shut the fuck up and do what I need to do, because I am lucky to have a job in the industry right now. And I think that's fair. I'm not going to judge you for that. But at some point where you feel like you have an opportunity to get something better and you want something better than what you currently have, if what you have is not very good, do it. Do it. Take the risks. Take the jump. It's going to be a little bit of, temporary pain and stress, but you will, if you're careful about it and you plan it well, you can jump to something better every time. And even what I'm doing now has been considered a very dumb move by many people, which is taking a job that I had and pushing a lot of that away and saying, I want to try something on my own. But the reason, I do this now and I've challenged myself in ways that I've never been able to do as part of various teams, because they had people in charge to do the things that I'm happy to do now. But this is also giving me experience that I will never be able to obtain. Well, not easily be able to obtain otherwise, making me an even better player in the future if I need to return to a team. It's not like I'm saying I can't work in a team, but more that I needed to obtain some knowledge to help make me a better candidate for the teams that I want to work in, which are highly specialized, or I guess not highly specialized, but highly experienced small teams with very good ethics and values. And I can either make that myself, which I'm going to try, or if this doesn't work out and I run out of money, which is always a possibility, then I can try to find a team that fits that bill of goods. And hopefully the experience that I've gained by trying to do this on my own will make me a very desirable candidate, at least enough to get an interview. Did you check out that video? No, I haven't. I've had no time. And even this weekend, I'm not going to have any time.
talk about what they mentioned as lessons of working in teams, and then I want to talk about kind of what I took out of both what they said and some of my own experiences. One thing they mentioned, which really resonated, was that everyone in the band kind of came from different places. They were all from Birmingham, but they all had different backgrounds, and they kind of were interested in different things. And so what happened is they intersected in Duran Duran. And that was important to me because if you think about it, if you come from different places and you intersect, that's where Duran Duran was. But it made sense for why they broke up later, because they were headed in different directions, and later on they were farther apart. They wanted to do different things.
That is incredibly important. That's something that I talk about a lot. I think some of my takes about how I want to hire people is pretty controversial to some people that I tell it, where I say, look, I'm hiring only people who believe in our values and our ethics at their core. I do not care how good of an individual you are. I do not care if you're the best in the industry. If you do not believe in what we're trying to achieve and work hard to try and achieve it as well, you have no space at Microraptor Games. Simple as that. We hire based on values first, experience second. And that's controversial because, we're turning away people that are potentially going to be some of the best in the industry. But I think that that's actually better for us long term, because we're hiring people that have that parallel mindset of your goals are transparency, collaboration, and ethics. So are mine. All I want to do is make great games, be honest with people, and treat developers and players like actual individuals and humans. Great. Then we can learn. I mean, I've learned so much within the past 2 years of doing this on my own, roughly 2 years. It can be the same for anybody else in the industry. Challenge yourself, be honest, grow. That's more important to me. Knowledge can be obtained. Values, I think, are very deep down into an individual and probably are set in stone roughly the same time that your cerebral cortex is fully formed, right? So your late 20s, early 30s.
It wasn't that they were all together and in agreement on Duran Duran. It's just later they were doing different things.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is even later after that, after some of them knew themselves better, they rejoined and the band kind of got back together because they understood, hey, some of the things that were annoying us and some of the things that we didn't agree on, I now understand my part of causing those issues, but also I now understand what I really want, not just what I think I want. And that's just something that comes with experience.
Yep.
I mean, I'm going to say that, I've worked with different teams, and because I walked away with some of them, I can honestly say it's because sometimes this team resonated and sometimes it didn't. They even comment on that many of them said once they left Duran Duran and they worked with different people, they found that really, really energizing. And I can say that there's something about when you go to a new company or you have a new project start up at an existing company and there's a different team working on it, there's this really energizing feeling that comes with that because you are working on something new, which is energizing in itself. But there's different people and they have different ideas of how things should be done.
It's also one of the reasons, like the energizing part I think is really important to talk about because you can either cultivate that and keep it going, or you can, if you mismanage that energy and that passion, you can quickly burn a team out or stifle them to the point where it's no longer interesting. But I think that working on different projects is something that is very underrated. And one of the reasons why you should have game jams, you should have a side project that takes a smaller amount of time to work on, maybe like 2-3 weeks. Do something as part of your team that takes people away from this longer, grueling grind of a game for a while. And that's one of the things we're going to do with our submarine game. I'm just going to say, look, I want to work on this for like a month and a half. And if it's really cool, great. If it's not, great. I learned something. And then we'll go back to Cauldron Chronicles. Something just to break up the monotony, give me some time to relax and think, challenge me in ways that I haven't been challenged before, and then come back and I can bring all that experience to Cauldron Chronicles and keep it going further. So, yeah, don't underestimate how much energy working on a new project or doing a game jam, letting people be creative without those restrictions that like a publisher and your marketing have put on you, because every time something gets told to the players as fact, like the game is going to have this thing, it's now also a restriction of we can't touch this thing anymore. It is now set in stone. And eventually that's good because it pinpoints you into releasing that game. But it's also restricting because you don't have the ability to, like, well, what if we did this? Like, the chaos of the prototype period is gone. So jump on something new, do a game jam here and there. Let your creatives be creative.
And different processes, different goals, and it really gets you going again and makes you think, okay, let's look at all the things that we examined as being pillars in the last game and see what we can do better. They also said that, many of them mentioned that when they were on stage actually doing their thing, playing music, they realized this was the magic of the group. But when they're off stage, that's when things diverged. Some of them wanted to do drugs. Some of them wanted to have lady friends. Some of them wanted to do music of different genres. They described Duran Duran as being alt rock punk. I'm like, But they wanted to do different things. Some of them wanted to do artsy music. Some of them wanted to do a lot more dance kind of driving music. It's great. And I thought that was the fact that they could realize that, what meant they had gotten to at least a more mature place where they get to say, this is what we're doing. I want to do something else.
Yeah, I think he's right that is a dick for. What's a dick for? Turning cog. I think that he's right that there is some maturity in that they've realized that. I also think that at some point too, this kind of reminds me of modding, right? I maybe you guys who are more gamers than game devs, you would often look at like a really great mod for Elder Scrolls or Fallout, and you say, why don't they just hire the modder? Well, it's like, you might be good at making something, but that doesn't mean that you can. I came from a modding background too. Exactly. I think that being a good modder doesn't mean that you'll necessarily make a good game dev and that you'll work well in a team environment. And there's this conflation of, oh, they know how to do the job, so that means they can do the job professionally, right? And there are so many different types of modders, just like there are so many different types of game devs. Hobbyists, casual, hardcore, going the professional route, trying to aim for indie studios, trying to aim for AAA studios, trying to make your own studio. And there are just as many modders out there. And this kind of reminds me of a sense where both modders and game devs can agree that working on the game is fun. Hopefully. But that offside of that, they may have different goals and values, which is, again, one of the reasons why Microraptor hires values first. We want to make sure that the people we're hiring agree with what we're trying to achieve. Because if you don't, and I've worked on teams like this, sorry. Held some dust. I've worked in teams where you have these two groups, or these two main groups of diverging individuals, where on one of the teams I worked on, it was people who loved making games. They were fucking passionate. I was part of that. And another group of people who just did it because it was a job. They were in it oftentimes for like technology, just because it paid, whatever. They didn't really play games, they didn't really care about games, but they were working on games. They just saw it as a piece of software. And so you had these two groups pulling in different directions where, the creatives wanted to do one thing and weren't okay doing, they wanted to do A and they weren't comfortable doing B. And this group didn't really give a shit about A and had no problems doing B. And yeah, it's like the collective vision is incredibly important. A company's culture and vision need to be shared amongst the team members. And if it's not, you don't have a team. You have people who are under the same umbrella but are trying to walk in different directions. You don't care about the thing you're making, the end user can feel that, yes. And it kind of works for like software, right? For like an application or the back end of some server. It's like, yeah, who cares? But it's like games have purpose. Games have a purpose to entertain. And like you said, People can feel if your job is crucial to creating that entertaining feeling or to creating that immersion and you don't do it well because you don't give a fuck, people will feel that. And it's not like these people can't exist or that the way that they make games is wrong, but that I don't want to hire people like that. Applications need that cold indifference. Kind of true.
And I think it's fine. I think it's weird when people are like, no, you agreed to do this and you were locked in forever. That's not a mature way of looking at it. And they even comment how the people above them were worried because they saw, I think they said, they saw a boat of money and it was now going in a different direction away from them, and they didn't want to not be on that boat of money anymore.
Yep.
Trust me. That statement resonated with me.
I've been there.
I've
been there so much, and I get it. From like from a studio owner, from a business perspective, yes, my core job as that business owner is to keep enough food in the coffers to put food on my employees' table. I understand that. I just disagree with this idea that we should do whatever we can to create money. And then within the realm, once we have the freedom to do whatever we want, we can go down some routes that might be beneficial for the customers. I approach it the opposite way. I say, let's first do what's beneficial for the customers, for the players, and then use that as a way to make money. And it means sometimes we will have to sacrifice tons of money in order to retain our values, and I'm okay with that. I do not give a fuck. As long as our values are retained and our player base is treated well, I believe we can make money to keep the lights on and keep people's food in their fridge.
Simon LeBon talked about this. I think the next two comments both came from him. One thing he said that just made me go, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. He said, the first time Duran Duran made an album that reviewed worse than the previous ones.
Well, even more than that, Turning Cog, like you say, once you've broken the values, the players will resent you. If you guys are wondering too, I say the things out loud for people that might be listening in on like their background or with the tab closed. Just if you're wondering. Once you've broken the values, the players will resent you. I think even worse than that, worse than the resentment, will be that they don't trust you, that you have broken the values once, and you did it because of money, usually. Who's to say you won't do that in the future? Again, you did it once. You already did it, and sometimes you lie, you make up excuses for it. No, you fucked us once. It's going to take us a long time to regain that trust, and we may never even regain that trust. I got an important question after. Does your studio have mandatory nude sauna sessions? Yes. Yes, we do have mandatory nude sauna sessions. We went over that news yesterday. It was pretty gross. Jesus. Yeah, we read that tweet out. Those LinkedIn posts. I don't know who that developer is. I don't think I've ever heard of their studio. I don't know what kind of game they're making. It was really weird. Like some skateboarding. He issued an apology. Do you have a link to that? Can you send me a link? I don't know if I'll find it on my own.
Game down
Okay, so let's see this real quick.
of under fire.
If Asm's gonna be on here, hold on. I gotta move my my camera up to the upper left. I have to apologize for an obvious shit post. Some details about it? Okay.
From mandatory sauna sessions with caused controversy in a build-up to the new game, allegedly requiring employees to have naked sauna sessions. Allegedly. Where's the... So we're just gonna believe this? I saw the proof. It just was as in here. What is this? Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah,
Spectrum
it wasn't
Studios working on a
happening.
new groundbreaking game. A mix of Life is Strange, Final Fantasy...
Someone first explain to me what the fuck this game is. Mix of Life is Strange for the narrative. Okay. Final Fantasy for stories and characters. Okay. We're okay this far. Heart of Darkness, adventure levels with dog, The Tourist, exploration and questing, and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 for tricks and specials. What the fuck even is this game?
and Heart of Dark.
Main character will be a sauna master and will be in charge of performing in various saunas. Smells, music, choreography, everything. What choreography goes on in a sauna? What kind of sauna? Is this like Jeffrey Epstein saunas?
Darkness. Main character will be a sauna master and will be in charge of performing various saunas. We are looking for an art director. Attending sauna sessions, entire team needs to understand the product.
Do Ollie's naked in the sauna?
This is crazy. This is like the best example that I can use of how people on the internet just spin things out of control.
Okay, but why is there a dog companion in a sauna? Who the fuck wants to go to a sauna and just have some dog walking around? It's like people who bring their dogs to restaurants and shit. Like, come on, really?
It says naked sauna sessions. It doesn't say naked sauna sessions.
Yeah, but there was in the LinkedIn
There's more
post.
proof.
Yeah,
here's the actual pictures. Honestly, you had a lot of time to prove me wrong, to write scene in sauna without being in sauna and send it to Magda. Instead, you're wasting your time on social media. My narrative girls had to go to sauna with me. Okay, yep. Never mind.
I just... My narrative girls had to go to sauna with me to come up with amazing script for proof of concept. Why did they have to go with you? Couldn't you have attended it separately? And then just had a meeting about it? Or in, you know, usually these places have pools, right? Okay? So, why don't you do the sauna part on your own? And then just go into the pool in swimsuits and just like talk about it casually. Maybe sauna is the meeting room. I don't know. It's like I need to know what he means specifically by sauna, right? Because it's either the paper will. That's a good point. That's a good point. So it's like, is it, do you go into the sauna where you only have the towel and nothing else? Because while that is more acceptable in this culture, I don't think I've ever been nude in a sauna. Yeah, it's usually have your swimsuit on. I agree with this completely. It's like, is it a sauna where you have your swimsuit on? In which case, it's not as weird as it could be. But is it like one where you have just the towel and it's kind of like, I don't know, this guy's fetish? I don't know. The second part is a little bit more damning.
Oh god, I really tried. I was like, there's no way somebody can be this much of a fucking freak.
Technically, it's possible to do it without it, but I absolutely adore the fact that they could use the...
Yeah, I agree, like, especially there are cultures where it's just normal. But I think that going with your employees, number one, it shouldn't be mandatory. Simple as that. And number two, it's still a little weird. It's different with your family because a lot of those are like, you know, like Japan, you have the family onsens, right? Which are, you go with the family, it's just part of the culture. And others where it's separated boys and girls sauna, or onsens. Yeah, but that's, yeah, you know, it's, you have the option to go, and you also have the option to go in the onsen with a towel. And nobody will question you. Hasn't been a Raptor collab, hell yeah. Just been with friends.
Their sauna experience to write awesome scenes.
It did say it was
Maybe
mandatory,
we can offer
though.
you some work. We've already exchanged a few messages. You said you consider naked sauna sessions to be part of work responsibilities in your studio. I told you that's a deal breaker for me, and we've called it a day. Thank you for your offer, though. Sure, I didn't recall your name. Okay, all right. I really, guys, I tried. Where does it say it needs to be naked? It says it needs to be naked because this girl summarized what the
and he didn't say that it didn't have to be naked.
expectations were, and he didn't refute them whenever he responded to her. Saunas you do not have to be naked in, and you also do not have to go with the guy. It's really, really weird, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Hej, mam na imię Jacek Piórkowski, jestem Creative Directorem w Spectrum Studios i chciałbym odnieść się do sytuacji opisywanej szeroko w mediach. W pierwszej kolejności chciałbym przeprosić panią Aleksandrę Wolną. Nie wyraziłem klarownie swoich intencji.
It's over. Dude is cooked. 100% cooked.
Wait. What is zoning? I didn't explain why zoning is so important to me, even necessary. What is zoning? What the fuck is zoning? He doesn't mean like zoning out, right? Is there some other like explanation of the term zoning? I don't know.
Food is cooked, 100% cooked. Now let me show you how a professional deals with this kind of situation.
It's some like sauna term. The community. Wait, well, this is a lot. This is a lot for me to take in as somebody who doesn't go to saunas. I didn't explain why zoning is so important to me, even necessary. Zoning sauna term. Not bad. I don't know. I think it just means like, I don't know, it's like zoning out or getting like in the Zen zone. Sonic and call, yeah, it could be that. But it's like, then why are you having a conversation about saunas while you're trying to zone? I don't know.
100%.
Returning to my passion, saunas.
Now let me show you
The community of saunas is a very unusual world.
how a professional deals with this kind of situation.
Since I've been intensively saunaing 10 years, I've seen thousands of different sauna sessions.
Idea. Show him.
There has been a lot of controversy surrounding Activision's workplace culture. How do you respond to that?
Most of what you read in the news media is just a mischaracterization.
That's perfect. That's so perfect. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree official launch trailer. We'll watch that too. Hold on, I'll keep that up. Yeah, it's just weird. Like I can accept that it may have been a bit different than what is read there, but also at the same point making it mandatory I think is crossing a line with the comfortability of your employees. I don't think they should be forced to do anything with their body that they're not comfortable with in your workplace. Game dev has nothing to do with that. You know, you can just say, for anyone who wants to partake in this, it's okay, and if not, we will, I don't know, record a voice recording of the conversation of the meeting we had in there so you can catch up. Or better yet, just don't have it in a sauna or something. I don't know.
Was an awful, awful experience. Because...
Or if you want them to, I don't know, if you want them to experience what it's like to be in a sauna, just pay for them to go to a sauna on their own. If they're not comfortable going in a group, just say, okay, you can go on your own, tell us what you like. I understand it. Yeah, it's like tell people to go to a sauna to have the experience, then do a meeting about it. Yeah. You know, take a notebook in there to write down what you're feeling. You don't have to go with other people if you don't want to. It's fine.
Made these albums that people are like, this album's great. Oh my God, this album's even better. Third one was like, I can't believe this album's even better. Then they made an album. It was either their fourth or fifth album. And people were like, And he said it was awful. It was an awful experience because they were unprepared for it. You know it's coming. You're not always going to just keep making better and better stuff.
Yeah.
Plus you want to make different stuff. Plus your audience gets used to things, and so they have expectations that now you know you're not going to meet. Before they knew what you were doing, they didn't have expectations. Now they have expectations. And he said it was an awful experience, but he said once they got through it, it was kind of freeing on their next albums. They could make stuff, and if people didn't like it as much, it wasn't as bad as the first time they got a lower review. I totally understand that. My games have gone up and down in terms of popularity, sales, critical review, game player review, and none of those correlate with how I feel about the games. And I realized what he was saying was that's okay. It's going to happen.
Yep.
If you make more than one game, that is going to happen. And then finally, the documentary ended with him saying something that made me go, yeah, it's like he was speaking to me. He said, the fact that we're still here after more than 40 years later, that's saying something. And I went, yeah, I've done this for over 40 years.
That's true.
And I'm still doing it. Not as much, but that says something. I don't know whether it says things about stubbornness or perseverance or talent. I don't know what it's saying, but it says something.
Stubbornness and perseverance.
And the documentary ended, and I just sat there for a while and thinking about how this random documentary I just watched about Duran Duran spoke to me in a way that I don't think the people making it expected a game developer to be sitting there going, I totally see that.
I just think there's a lot of crossover between different team-based careers. You know, I think there's music is a good one that I wouldn't have used immediately as an example, but also maybe like TV shows and movies are giant productions, right? These are giant productions by many people, and they need good leaders in order to facilitate that proper direction. Hey, August, it is Tim time. Called working in teams, not Microsoft Teams, but teams.
So it made me think about my own game catalog and how every game was a combination of what I brought to it and what everybody else on the team brought to it. For me, my contribution was a combination of what authority I was given and what passion I had. And those things were not necessarily correlated. I'm not saying that I cared about games the more authority I was given, or vice versa, because that's not true. There were games I really loved that I had very little say in, and then there were games that I started getting tired of, even though I had a lot of say in them. So
happens.
But what I'm saying, my direct combination was sometimes in some of my games, I had a great deal of authority. The buck stopped with me. Nothing went in that I couldn't have thrown away and had nobody override me. And then there were other games I made where I was kind of peer level with other people who had equal authority to me on what went in and what didn't. And I didn't always win those discussions. So things went into the game that I'm like, I wouldn't have done that, but the other person really, really wanted it done. And then there were other games where I had very little authority. I was just somebody working on it. Or, at least in one case, I had authority that was taken from me by someone else peer level, and the person in charge was like, eh. So I'm used to having multiple levels of authority in my game.
I have a theater production background, so we did the same thing. We crafted the experience for the audience, 15 years before the Rona quarantine. Pivoted to dev during that time. It's amazing how many of my skills translated. Yeah, I do think that there is, to some extent, some... If you've worked in one high-intensity team environment as a sort of leader, that jumping into another industry as that same position, you'll only mainly be required to learn what the industry's about, right? And doing the rest of the team management is probably very similar.
Like I said, this didn't correlate to my passion. My passion of the game was how much that game was like something I would personally want to make. Did it have a lot of the design pillars that I've talked about here, where I really wanted reactivity and nonlinear story and player agency and all of that stuff? Some of my games have it, some of them don't. It was a combination of, you know, like I said, what kind of control I had of the game, but also how much I was feeling it. You know, how much I really wanted to try to impose my own passions on this game. Sometimes I wanted to see what the other person wanted, and if there was someone else in charge, I kind of wanted to see what's a game made by this person like. So it wasn't my passions that brought me into work every day. It was my curiosity of, oh, this person's in charge now. I'm really curious how they will make decisions about this.
Yeah, I think for me too, there is this... I am a very opinionated person, and I can very harshly defend the views that I have of how a game should turn out. But if I trust and I can look up to the person leading a project, I don't mind taking whatever role they give me. You know, I don't care what they call me at that point. I just want to work with them and learn from them. Now I'm in a position where, like Tim says, the buck stops with me, right? I have the creative control to say and do anything with my game. And that is not really something that I need. The only reason that I have it is for the company, so that I know that the company isn't going to do something that ethically and morally I don't want to have done with my company. But if I bring somebody in to help, let's say, have visual control over how the game looks, have that art direction, I will just defer to them, right? I will hire somebody who I can say, look, I trust what this person will do, and I know that what they're going to do is aligning with my company's goals and values. They can do whatever the fuck they want, okay? That's it. I can relinquish that control happily. I can focus on what I love and enjoy the most, which is like systems and the design, and I guess the direction of where the game is going to go, and then relinquish that control. So good leaders need to be able to do that. I also agree that my passion or my love for a game doesn't correlate with the amount of control I have over it, but whether or not it is a game that I want to work on. And sometimes I am able to get into a game that I may not have initially thought would be something I want to work on if I feel like I can put something into it that is challenging me.
How will they fix things that I never figured out how to fix? You know, that was a big chunk of it right there. Which brings me to the team. When I worked with other people, I found that some of the stuff they brought to the table really affected the game. Some of it was how much they agreed on the direction the game was going. Either at the beginning, when we were trying to get consensus on the design pillars, or if it was somebody who came in halfway through.
That's why the pillars are so crucial.
And how much they agreed in the direction the game was already going. And sometimes how much they even understood the direction the game was going. Because sometimes I worked with people who, they joined the team and it was like they had always been there. They were immediately suggesting things that were perfect, that fit the world perfectly.
Yeah, you will get that. Like sometimes, and those are my favorite. It's not that you can't always have a control over it, right? But having the design pillars is really crucial here because it gives a very high level, easily digestible look at what your game is trying to be. And communicating that to a new hire or to a potential hire is really important, to somebody new, to do the onboarding, right? And if somebody can just kind of say, okay, yeah, I get it, your game, Cauldron Chronicles, fantasy, characters important, alchemy, change their fates, I get it, I'm in. And it reduces the amount of time that you need to onboard them and the conflicts that will arise from them not understanding the vision exactly, or them having very disagreements about those core pillars. And that can be dangerous, especially if they're like, no, that is a bad core pillar, we can't go with it. It's like, well, bro, we're in alpha stage. Like this is not a time to rewrite a pillar. Okay, next game we can do pillars in a different way, but no, this is set in stone. We have to do it this way.
That fit with lore, fit with our design pillars, our goals perfectly. And I worked with other people who every step of the way, they seem to be trying to make a different game. And sometimes I love their ideas, and I tell them, that's a great idea. It just doesn't belong in this game. Sometimes I'd be like, I don't even like that idea, and it's certainly not going in this game, but one day you be you make that game with that idea, and let's see if it works. So there was that agreement on direction, that focus. But there was also, you have a big team, they all bring different talents and strengths to the table. And I found that my games often were the result of what the whole team could do. If there was somebody who was really good at doing a certain thing, like the clay heads in Fallout, that really informed what our final talking heads looked like in the game, because we had this really good sculptor.
Yeah, sometimes you create the design of your game around the skills of your team, and in a lot of cases you should do that, right? It's different when you're starting a new studio because you're creating a new team to kind of, to some extent, specialize into making that game, and then your future games will have to somewhat utilize the same unique talents, because of course that will mean the easiest development. It's the reason why you have a new studio that started, they make a game, and then all of their games after that tend to have that same vibe. Look at Bastion with Supergiant, and all of the games after Bastion have this same vibe, art style, music. It's because the same people working on it, they want to infuse those unique specialized talents into different genres. Or you have, for me, it was like Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2. Obviously, this is going to be a similar kind of game. They've made their own world. They have their own art style with Chris Barassa heading that. They want to do the same kind of art style with their sequel, of course. Would you be interested in trying a demo for one of the games I worked on? The game is basically canceled, but I'd be interested to get your opinion on it. Yeah, send it over to me on Discord or something. And I can take a look at it. What's the game about? What's the demo? There might be a few things that I wouldn't be able to give very good feedback on.
In other games, I've worked on games where I wanted to have certain features, but there was really no one on the team who could do that. I couldn't do it either.
Yep, and you have to make compromises.
So that game didn't have that feature. And maybe it was a feature I had on a previous game, but I'm not working with that person anymore. And that was the feature that person brought. I'm used to teams having different strengths and talents. What's difficult is when your own team isn't self-aware about their own strengths and talents. When they're trying to do things that they're not good at doing. When they're trying to do things that they think will end up well. They think what they're in now is just a rough stage, but they'll get through it. And you're like, I do not see that happening. And this is when it's difficult to give critique because people get very wrapped up in what they're doing.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for it. Definitely said it to be discerned. There's a time and a place for challenging yourself, and I think there's a good way to do it. For instance, like through strike teams, right? So if I have an idea for a character, and I want to see this character's direction through to the end, but I'm not very good at writing, of course, as we all know, and I'm not very fast at it, I would work with a narrative designer to create the top level and create the direction that I want this character to go, and they would do the writing for it, right? And if there was a system then, like vice versa, if there was a system that they wanted in the game but they don't know how to make it, they could work with me and I'll help make the system and design it and balance it with them, and they can learn a bit more. So there is a way to do it, but there's also a time and a place where that sort of challenge and, I won't say mediocrity, but that kind of inexperience is okay. Like with prototyping, it's a good time to go be chaotic. Make something that's kind of shitty or poorly implemented. As long as it represents what we want to do. And then we can pair you up when it's time to make it for the vertical slice or for later versions of the game to do it properly with the right people or to hire the right people, right? Because you might think you're good at making something, and then you start to make it, you realize you're shit, and then it's like, okay, I need to hire somebody or do a lot more work to obtain the level of knowledge that I need to make this the way that I want. Posted it in Dev Journal chat. Shadowstone. Okay, we will keep it open. Download. Close. There we go. We got it. Not that.
So that's kind of the point of this video. I started about talking about working in teams and what I learned from a Duran Duran documentary and what I learned myself. But I think sort of the moral of this video, the summary is, look, unless you're a solo indie developer, you are going to have to work in teams and you're going to have to learn to work in teams. Yes. And a big chunk of that is learning about yourself. What are you good at? What aren't you good at? How do you give and receive criticism? How do you just on a day-to-day work with other people? How much do you agree with the direction your game is going? Do you think that direction should change, and how much are you going to push that? These are all things that you have to know about yourself going into a team. Knowing what authority you're going to have, where your passion is, what you're good at, what you're not good at.
Yeah.
If you understand all that about yourself, your working in teams will go a lot more smoothly. So, and if you don't believe me, take it from Duran Duran. So,
that's such a great tie-in with Duran Duran. I think that's, he kind of mentioned at the end there, but the receiving and responding to criticism is incredibly crucial. If you cannot receive or respond to criticism well in game dev, you will not make it far, and you should not make it far. Because it is a team. If you can't have people coming up to you and saying how something you made does not fit, then you are essentially a solo developer that is working under the umbrella of a team. Either go work for somebody who can deal with that, or work on your own, or don't work on games at all. It's as simple as that. And I think too, if you are an indie developer, if you're like a solo indie developer, you should have some experience working in a team. Even if you know that it's not your thing, do a couple of game jams, because once you're working, if you ever want to work with a team or work with a publisher or community, and you don't have any experience with communication and receiving feedback, you'll just end up like the developer of Fez, okay? You don't want to be in that case. Most people never learn how to give good criticism. No, I mean, giving good criticism too is like a whole separate thing. And something that I don't know if I'm good at yet. Okay, I'll say this. I think I'm still at least better on giving criticism than I am sometimes with receiving it. Unfortunately, when you receive criticism, you kind of have to be in a good state of mind, or you're able to handle your emotions well, and there are some days where that's just not going to happen. There might be external factors, you might just need a break, a vacation or something. And that's just life. That's just life, and that's one of the reasons why we have ethics written as our values, is because of the way that not only do we want to treat players with good ethics, but we want to treat our developers with good ethics too. And it's like, look, are you having a bad day? Is this not the day to talk to you about criticism? No worries. I'll come back to you tomorrow. We'll see if we can talk about it then. It is what it is. Can I do one more before we will play Discern's thing, and then we will do... And then that'll be it. One short one. What is an RPG? We were having a discussion yesterday, weren't we? I make them long, don't I? Whenever I get people to test my game, I'm like, it does me no good to be thin-skinned. Yeah, but some people will still, especially like family and friends, right? And you almost need to not have your family and friends play your game, because they'll often not want to be honest with you. Like, random 14-year-old from Discord furry server is probably actually going to be better than random 4chan individuals, probably going to be more honest about your game than anybody that you know personally. What is an RPG? What is fun? I mean, these are both actually really good. What do you guys think? Do you want to do what is fun, or do you want to do what is an RPG? And I may or may not just take the first like 2 people that type in chat. If the first 2 people that type in chat say the same thing, I'll just say that. Fun? Okay, I'll do fun. It's been chosen. Been chosen by Lurker. RPG. We'll do both. We'll do both. If you guys can remind me, you know what? I'll just save it. Hold on. Where's the watch later? Watch later, aka I will never watch it later. No, I will watch it later. Same with like immersion gameplay is good too. Oh, and analyzing game designs? That looks good too. Okay, what is fun? Get out of here.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about fun.
Yeah. I've
already done a video, and I'll link it below, about balancing fun and realism in games, but I've gotten a lot of fun-oriented questions. People want to know what I think about fun versus balance, what I think about games that force you to go what the designer considers to be the fun path.
Oh, those are both good. Fun versus balance. Okay, so number one, fun is individual. What you think is fun is not maybe what somebody else thinks is fun. So maybe what they specifically mean is, how do you balance for a demographic for your market? And then I guess designer versus player, kind of that unwritten communication of, this is how my game is supposed to work, and if you don't play the game in this way, you won't have fun. Which is another good question. I think it was it Josh Strife Hayes who said that, I think this is a perfect way to put it too, is that a game is a relationship between the developer and the player. And you need to meet the developer halfway, and the developer needs to meet the player halfway. That if you actively play a game in a way that the developer isn't wanting you to play it, you don't really have an excuse of why am I not having fun? Well, it's because you're playing Doom as if it's a pacifist game, okay? And you're upset that the game doesn't allow you to get through levels without shooting demons. Like, come on. And the developer needs to meet the player halfway of saying, well, clearly the game that I've designed for the market is not creating the experience that I had. So I either need to remarket this towards a different demographic, or I need to meet the players halfway and change some of my design so that the players are having fun. Doom is a cozy life sim, what do you mean? Yeah, right.
Or just, what is fun? Define fun.
Define fun for me, before Tim gets into it, and we'll see if we agree or disagree on this, or maybe if you guys disagree or agree with me in chat. Fun for me is just a word to define whether or not the player is enjoying the game. Simple as that. Is the player having fun? Well, define the player. Well, it's an individual. Okay, so have we designed this game for one specific person, or have we defined it for a demographic, for people who enjoy XYZ? And if so, are the majority of players in that demographic, in that market, having fun? If so, you end up with a game that is fun. Elden Ring is fun. Why? Because most of the people, 93 to 95% of the people who this game is aimed at, say that the game is fun. I was just trying to contest too. I'll just disagree so that at least somebody did. You'll just be the contrarian, right? You might have a game like Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Well, according to this statistic, 58% of the people that this game that seem to have purchased it because it interested them, do not find this fun, if we can use this term. So I think that for me, the Steam rating is a good indicator of fun, but it is relevant only to the market that game is aimed at. And if I'm looking at a game, let's say Mortal Kombat 1, this game is not marketed towards me. If I play this game and I don't have fun, it was never really meant for me in the first place. So my opinion it's not that it's not valid, but that I know that this game is not meant for me, and therefore, if I'm not having fun, well, I could have predicted that. Avatar's just poor man's Fern Gully. Damn, dude, Fern Gully reference, holy shit. Millennial. So that's at least my definition. We'll see what Tim says.
I'm going to take a stab at it. Same way I took a stab at defining what an RPG is. Let's see how this goes. First of all, let's talk about fun versus balance. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised that I prefer fun over balance.
Yeah.
In any of my games.
I agree. I completely agree. I think fun is the core of what makes a game, and you should follow the fun, not follow the balance. So a game like Elden Ring, right? Who here has played Elden Ring? Because this game is not the most balanced. It's very easy to break the game. It is very easy to beat many of the bosses. It's not difficult. If you know what you're doing, it's really not difficult, and you can break the game with most any weapon and build. But that's what kind of makes it fun, is that there are still going to be enemies that are challenging for you, and the game itself still requires a specific amount of input and thought to reach the level where it becomes broken. And that's different for each player. So the fun that comes from this is individual, but it provides the player enough ways to break it that it kind of becomes fun. Yeah, as a longtime Souls gamer, I figure the cheesability of ER is part of the mainstream success compared. Yeah, I 100% agree. 100%. Isn't it just a $60 horse DLC for Dark Souls? No, Elden Ring's good. But it's balanced by being unbalanced, right? By this sheer fact that you can break the game in so many ways. It is balanced around that fact of, look, if you want to have fun with the whip, if you want to make a Dami Mommy character, you can. If you want to play with a bucket on your head and no armor, you can still beat the game because it is mechanically balanced. You can avoid all damage from every enemy. That requires skill. So you can beat the game with pretty much everything if you have enough skill and enough reaction time. That's it. So I would argue that actually Elden Ring is balanced around a way that maximizes the capability for any player to find a build that they find fun. So I don't know if I would say that the game is balanced around fun or if it's balanced around balance. But it may be that by balancing around a specific type of balance, the game becomes fun for any player who's willing to put in a little bit of effort and has decent reaction time. And if you don't have decent reaction time, just get the Mimic tier, level it up to 10, you'll be fine.
And you can even see some of my games were really unbalanced. Sometimes certain skills or certain classes you could take were just a lot easier than others.
The Super Shotgun in Doom is very unbalanced. And that's also why it's one of the most fun. Because it's just double-barreled decimation.
I don't think anybody thinks the Nosferatu is easy to play in Bloodlines. A lot of people think the mages are much easier than gunslingers in Arcanum. But notice that doesn't talk about whether or not it's fun. It's talking about whether it's easy.
Yes.
Which opens another can of worms about skills and what people think is easy versus what other people don't think is easy. But let's just look at balance for a second. I think balance is really, really important if you're making a multiplayer game.
Yes.
Whether it's PvP or not, if a bunch of people are playing together, if it's PvE, player versus environment, it's really not fun if one of the player characters can have a lot more fun than another one because either because their skills are more broadly useful, or they picked a class that's required and everybody wants them, or any number of reasons.
But it's still a bit better in non-PvP games. I think for PvP games, especially nowadays, you have that competition layer to it, and I'm really not a fan of that personally. I'm not a fan of the fact that so many games have turned from multiplayer PvP games to competitive multiplayer games. And they just kind of keep going towards that direction. I miss the days where I could just play Medal of Honor or Battlefield with some friends and it wasn't competitive. I mean, it was a little competitive because it was still PvP, but it wasn't about going up in ranks. It was just about winning the game. And when you won the game, that competition was over. The next competition began. The next game began. And now it's with all these ranks. It's now, well, you won this game, but it's still part of a larger competition. I kind of don't like that. So I do think that, yes, balance is like super crucial in PvP games, especially competitive games. Balance is a little bit less important in PvE games where you're not competing, but it's still important in, like he says, that one class isn't having so much overwhelming amounts of fun compared to another one, right? And I think D&D, there's a good example of like Paladin. Paladin is so much fucking fun, and it's so easy to play for a good portion of people that comparing it to a more difficult class, it's like yeah, some people might find it fun, but if you take average player and you give them Paladin, or you give them something really difficult to play, like maybe, I don't know, Warlock, which doesn't have as many bright and flashy, easily used abilities. I'm not saying Warlock isn't fun, but that it's a bit more difficult to play and doesn't have that same level of accessibility as Paladin. You know, there's a bit of an imbalance. But a lot of D&D is also about roleplay, not just the combat, so it kind of evens out, right? You can do some really cool stuff with Warlock. And then where it doesn't matter at all, where balance doesn't really matter, is like single-player games. Just do whatever the fuck you want, dude. If you want to break the game, if you want to break Cauldron Chronicles, if you want to cheat, if you want to use cheat engine, I don't care. I don't care. Whatever gives you fun. The PvP-ness in modern games has left a salty taste in my mouth regarding multiplayer games. Yeah. I don't play any non-co-op multiplayer game anymore, to be honest. I really only play co-op games, like Deep Rock Galactic, GTFO, and even then I don't play them as much recently, but I kind of, go in between game genres.
PvP, balance is probably the most important thing.
Yes, it is.
Because if you have players attacking players, and you have one class that can trump every class, or you have one skill that is unblockable and beats everyone else, everyone's just going to take that class or buy that skill. And then that kind of defeats your whole purpose of having a bunch of different classes and skills. So I do think balance is important in multiplayer. But in single player, not so much.
Nope.
I know people will go, but that will leave...
There can be... Okay, I will make an argument, and he might make the same one, that there is a case... We just talked about Elden Ring. I do think that balance... There's some level of balance that is necessary in a game like that, where there is prestige to beating it, right? Where it's not easy to cheat and beat something difficult. So I think there is some level of prestige to beating difficult games and doing it legitimately, as opposed to utilizing crutches or utilizing cheats. But it's a very finite number of games, of single player games, that have that. Most, it just doesn't matter. You have difficulty levels. That's what achievements are for. You play it on the difficulty that you like and want to beat it on. One thing I will say, I've been very bummed out how many cool looking games turn out to be Souls-likes, because I have no interest in that kind of difficulty for difficulty's sake nonsense. And that's one of the reasons why I like From Software and Elden Ring specifically, is because they're all mechanical difficulty. We have girl, I forget her name, beating Melania on a dance pad. And I think she beat the whole game with a dance pad. The game is just mechanical. You can avoid all damage by countering mechanics. So the only difficulty that comes is, can you remember attacks, and do you have the reaction time to react to attacks? That's it. I think the difference between a great build in a survival mode versus creative mode. Yeah.
People will find ways to play OP. Okay, that's fun.
Yes.
And people go, well, they'll find ways of mini-maxing their characters. Great. If you found some way of putting together a really unusual character that has a huge damage output, or barely can take damage, or can kill things in one hit, great.
I love it. Yep.
Similarly, if you make a really cool, we used to call them glass cannons, where you make a character that has a high damage output.
Oh, Tim, they're still called that. We can all look at Tim and we're going to be like, we're going to be that kind of guy one day, where we're a little bit old and some of the things we say may not be relevant anymore. But it's okay, Tim. We still call them glass cannons.
But if it takes one hit, they're dead. Some people like those. It's a challenge. It's like putting your game on high difficulty or Iron Man mode, knowing that you're playing a character that has this huge restriction. I used to play in GURPS.
I will say, Tisthrone, Bloodborne is significantly more difficult. If you were looking for the best entry point and accessibility for Souls-like games, Bloodborne is on one end and Elden Ring is on the other. And Elden Ring is more open world and freeing in that if you get stuck, you just go somewhere else. And you can level up beyond... Elden Ring enemies are leveled, right? So that they are... Or non-leveled, I'm sorry, they're non-leveled. So they are specifically at a certain difficulty and have a certain amount of HP. And that does not change. So you can just go somewhere else, get a bunch of levels, come back, and wipe the floor with a boss. And I think that that's what makes it one of the most accessible aspects of the game. Yeah, the start is absolutely brutal in Bloodborne. I rage quit Bloodborne and haven't picked up a Souls-like since. Yeah, I mean that's kind of fair, and especially because you have to play it on 30 FPS too, right? So if you want to get into these games, go Elden Ring. It's the easiest, it's the most accessible, and arguably it's one of the most fun and enjoyable games. And you do still have to go somewhere else and do that thing, but you can specifically go to areas that are a bit easier, and then come back to the harder areas when they are now easier for you because you have more defense, more skills, more weapons, more health potions. Or you can just run around them. You can run around 95% of enemies in Elden Ring. You don't have to engage. The only things that you have to kill would be 3 demigods to get their great runes, to get into Leyndell, and then you have to fight Fire Giant. That's kind of spoilers, but then there's 2 enemies at the end of that. So there's only like a few bosses that you have to kill, and you don't have to kill other bosses. So if you think that one enemy with Great Rune, like, I don't know, Star Scourge Radahn is too difficult for you, then just don't fight Star Scourge Radahn. Go fight somebody else. That's why speedruns of Elden Ring are so fucking boring, is because it's mostly just you running on torrent somewhere and doing a fight in like 2 minutes, and then you move on to the next area. Elden Ring will beat that lesson to you quite early. Return to hard challenges when you've leveled up. Yeah, the Tree Sentinel at the game start. Yeah, the noob bait.
They used to call them Johnny One spells. It was a
One
mage
spells?
who put all of his points into just one spell.
So for Elden Ring, that's going to be oh god, what's it called? The Kamehameha. Because as soon as I hear Souls-like, I immediately lose interest. But there are well-designed Souls-like and Souls-likes that, like you said, are just there for difficulty and don't have good. Like we recently played. What was the game we played during? What was the game we played during Next Fest? Inotria. Like, though the balance on some of these enemies was just so absurd. You have no window of opportunity to get an attack in, even with a weapon that hits fast. That's just poor balance. It doesn't make it fun. It just made it frustrating. Whereas with Elden Ring, you have just ways to make it stupidly OP. Elden Ring magic. What's the Kamehameha spell? Oh, here's one. Here's one from Asmund. Exactly that. Are you really having to wait to attack? So this is like okay, so this is a very difficult boss. Just, you know, Placidusax, difficult dragon.
Now.
It's just dead.
I knew I could do it.
It's just like the game is so easy to break just by putting in some planning and forethought. And that's kind of what makes it fun, is just destroying large enemies with no thought. So, I don't know. I'm done with that. We can move on.
So maybe you could cast Flame Jet, or maybe you could cast, you know, an ice explosion spell or something.
I don't even know if you would necessarily have... Okay, I'll put it this way. If you start Elden Ring, choose Samurai. Samurai is one of the easiest starts. You get pretty good armor, and you get a weapon that can carry you through every single enemy in the game. I have a katana fully maxed out. I've beaten the game 5 times. 4 or 5 times on that character. That's it. I never had to switch to a different weapon. Other invincibility cheats, so there's what's called iframes in Elden Ring and in other Souls-like games where you will not take damage if you roll through an attack. So you can roll directly into the line of attack, but if you are within the frames of the invincibility frames of that roll, you will take no damage. So it's more about learning attack patterns and when an enemy is going to hit you, and then rolling away from it, or rolling through it, or staggering the enemy. Iframes are not an invincibility cheat. I mean, you can cheat in Elden Ring. I think what I was watching Asmon play Elden Ring previously. Where was his videos? Was it yesterday? I don't know if it might have been somebody else doing a build, and it was just it's so easy. Let's put it this way: you can find like the hardest enemy, you can take a minimal amount of damage. Hey, Data, thank you for the follow. But if you want to cheat, you can. You can just enable cheats and run through the game. Infinite amounts of level up, infinite amounts of health. You can do it. So there's no problem. If you just want to use that to learn to get better, or if you want to minimize damage by like 50% from enemies to learn to get better at Elden Ring, you can. It's a single player game, so just play it any way you want. You just won't be allowed to use the online features, which I think are actually kind of helpful, because you can read messages from other players that will warn you about, like things to do or where there's a site of grace. I don't think the game needs a guide. It just move in a different direction if things get too tough, and know how many runes you need to level up. Go get those runes, go level up. You're gonna die, it's okay. Dying is fine. Losing your runes is not as bad as just not beating a boss. And get the Mimic tier. The Mimic tier, use tears, use ashes, I'm sorry. The summons that you can do. Summons make the game significantly easier. People will tell you that it makes the game too easy. If the game is hard for you, then it doesn't make the game too easy. It just makes it a more enjoyable experience. I think you get like the wolf ashes right near the start of the game. You can summon wolves. They help you beat most of the initial bosses. Problem solved.
Thing. But you put all your points into it, which meant you were really, really good at casting it. You never missed. It always went off. It didn't cost a lot of mana, etc. You cast it quickly, etc., etc. It's all great until you walk. If say you pick Flame Jet, it's great until you run into a fire elemental. That doesn't take any damage from fire. Well, guess what? That Johnny 1 spell is useless. So
yep, that's true.
I get why people want to talk about fun and balance, but if it's a single player game, I don't really want to dictate to that player what fun is.
Yes.
I don't want to tell them how to play the game. That's the whole point of me talking about player agency and player choice and consequence. I'd instead go, have fun playing the game, and half of playing the game is not just exploring the world, but is exploring the mechanics. And if you find things in the mechanics that you find especially fun, great. Now let's talk about forcing the fun way. People were talking about games that the designer obviously thought a certain way was the best way or the fun way to play, and they make you play that way. I think if you watch any of my videos, you're going to know I hate that.
Sorry. Motorcycle.
I do not like forcing the player to play any way. That's why I allow people to kill everyone without even talking to them. It's why I try to do pacifist playthroughs. It's why I make sure that no matter what skills or classes you buy, your character can still finish the game. It may not be easy, but for all I know,
it's generally just like let the player decide what difficulty and what challenge they want to set themselves, which is why I was never a big fan of what was I even trying to say? I guess I'll just put it this way. I'm a big fan of like player agency and choice, and most of my games that I've tried to work on, I provide the opportunity for the player to determine their own difficulty, which may change the game experience, but it won't. I'm not going to prevent the player from wanting to play it on the easiest way possible. That's okay. Do you? And I think I'm going to do the same thing with Cauldron Chronicles, where, like you said, if you want to get all the players, all the NPCs killed, or just don't interact with them at all, you can do that. It's not going to make the game easier. It's probably going to take some elements of the game's core pillars away from you, but it is an option. And if you want to cheat, if you want to have all of the ingredient effects discovered at the start of the game, I'm okay with that. Whatever makes it fun for you.
Some unusual way to be fun. So who am I to tell you, no, play this way, this is the only fun?
Yeah.
If you played my Temple of Elemental Evil game, you know that when you end the game, there's a bunch of different things you can do at the end. Did you kill Zuktmoy, the queen of fungi? Maybe. Maybe you killed her because you were good. Maybe you killed her because you were evil. But maybe you were evil and you joined her. Maybe she was wrecking you in the final combat and she said, join me or die. And you're like, okay, I'll join. Why not? That's what an evil group might do.
Better
or
than
maybe
dying.
You were so evil and you were crushing her that maybe she decides to give in to you. She'll surrender to you. She'll be your vassal.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Why not? That sounds like fun. It's probably really unbalanced because if we had a sequel to Temple of Elemental Evil and you had Zuktmoy as a party member, okay, that's going to be a little unbalanced. But it was a fun way to end the game. I thought it was great. Similarly, I did a video on quest markers. Some of you hate quest markers. You're like, I hate it. I don't want them in my game.
Just give the player the option. Look, if the player just wants to relax and space out and have quest markers, go for it. Right? It's just an option. Like I was analyzing a game yesterday and complained about a player agency issue. I usually mention that some people find restriction or player agency to be a particularly valuable tool or simply inevitable. When you have a case like that in mind, you can then color a lot of your designs in a similar way. Agency might become a non-issue. Do you mean like to reword it and tell me if I'm on the right track? That by designing one way, actually, just can you reword that in a way? Yeah, I think I understand what you mean, but I don't want to be wrong about that.
Takes away all the joy. You play the HUD, you play the UI. I get it. It's a totally reasonable thing. Then some of you required them. You're like, look, I don't have time. I work a full-time job.
Yep.
I have kids. I sometimes won't play the game for a month at a stretch. I need a quest marker to tell me where to go. If you don't provide them, I move on to the next game. Totally reasonable. Now, I thought a reasonable compromise was to make them an option. And then many of you pointed out, and I think it was totally good thing to point out, that if you make it an option, it's harder to playtest a game. I agree, because now you have half the playtesters have to play it with the quest markers on, and the other half to play.
Well, you also have to design your game in a way that caters to the player receiving the least amount of information, right? Which is, I suppose, a bigger design flaw of, I don't know. I mean, first off, I don't think that there's any wrong way to make a game. I think that again, when it comes down to whether your game is fun, the players that consider themselves part of the market that you were aiming for are the final determiners of that metric. If you want to have quest markers in your game, fine. Communicate that to players. If you don't want to have that, fine. Communicate that to players. If you want that to be an option, fine. Communicate that to players. I think that there are going to be design challenges that arise in either case, especially when you start to remove elements of information to the player, right? Like Elden Ring has no quest markers. You have NPCs that will move to other parts of the world, and you will have to find them or not. They are not crucial to finishing the game. They have a storyline, and you can either help them, hinder them, or not engage with them at all. You can completely miss them. You might need, some people might want quest markers in this case, but I think it's also interesting to not have quest markers because it rewards exploration and trying to find out where this NPC could have gone. Everything can be designed both ways, and it's not exactly a slippery slope, but when you solve an issue one way, you can apply the same method to many issues. That's true. Yeah, I think agency does solve some issues. I think it also raises other issues too. It adds scope, and it also will mean that other people may not have as good of an experience. If you play a linear story-driven game, Last of Us, God of War, like the new God of War, everybody is going to have the same experience with the story. If you play Cauldron Chronicles, where you can get every single character killed, theoretically, if we go down that route, or if, let's just say, if you turn away every single character from doing business with you, that's not going to be the same experience as if you just played normally and you turned away some characters, right? So once you have that sandbox, I do think that this is where Josh Strife Hayes' comment of it is a relationship and the players need to meet the developer halfway. Once you have a sandbox, it does start to lose some of its meaning, but I do think that it is still relevant. That if you want quest markers in your game, great. If you don't, fine. If the developer offers them as an option, don't shame other people for choosing them or not choosing them. If ashes in Elden Ring make the game easier for you, then don't use them if you want it harder. And if they make it easier for you and make the game more playable for you, use them. Don't shame others for using them or not using them.
With them off, just to make sure everything's still doable. But it also means that the quest should be solvable without quest markers.
Yes.
Meaning the quest giver tells you enough information that you can go.
That's a design challenge that is now has to be present because quest markers aren't there. Some of my friends get lost as fuck very easy. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
To do the quest, and that stuff.
My dad is terrible at directions. If I wasn't helping him figure out where to go, he just gets lost. I'm like, Dad, this is literally the hallway that you were going down 2 seconds ago. 2 seconds ago.
Information is put in your journal so that if you come back to it the next day or the next week or the next month,
journals
you still have that information. Some games get around that by just recording every dialogue you ever had.
That's what we plan to do for Cauldron Chronicles, is just record the dialogue. There's so much dialogue that I think we need to record it so that players can return to and figure out what some of these elements of the characters were.
And so there's a tab in your journal called Previous Dialogues, and you can just scroll through transcripts. That's a great way too, especially if it has search in it. I prefer, though, it to be linked directly to the quest in the quest log. We kind of did that in Arcanum. So to me, that is about the only way to achieve consensus, is to have optional quest markers and really well defined quests. So you don't need them, but if you want them, they're there. Because any other decision is you telling the player, here's how you are going to have fun. Now, that probably brings me around to what's fun? What is fun? I struggled with this. And I just did the one about, the video about how to define an RPG. But I struggled with fun. It's like a lot of things in life, it's really hard to define fun. The same way it's hard to define happy. A lot of kids are happy, but if you ask them why they're happy, or even that they are happy, they don't know. They just are happy. Similarly, you're playing a game and it's fun, and if someone says, why is it fun? Define why it's fun. I don't know. It's fun.
I like the way that he got I don't like to say it. It's like when you're doing play tests with players and they're like, oh, this is fun. It's like, yeah, but what about it is fun? You tell me, so that you can see if the things that you thought were going to give fun to this playtester that fits your demographic, your target, if it aligns with what they find as fun. So I don't know, maybe it's kind of just like a funny thing for developers, but that's a very real thing that we have to ask playtesters, and the way that he said it is kind of it's kind of accurate to how we feel. Like, we need you. I know that you're having fun. I'm happy, but I need you to tell me exactly what you're having fun with. Because if it's something that I didn't anticipate would be as fun, and 9 out of 10 playtesters are having fun with this thing that I didn't think would be as fun as it is, now I can rewire my brain to say, okay, well, let's put more developer resources into this. Let's make it a bit more of a central focus. When people start talking about fun, I like to remind people that there are people who find stamp collecting as the most delightfully fun thing to do. Others find it the most boring thing. It's just individual. It's individual, but there will still be a general consensus by your market, by your demographic. As simple as that. And that's what I think Steam reviews represent.
I often fall
back
on that famous definition of porn, which is, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. If you haven't heard this, here, like...
Or it's kind of like beauty. Like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? So it's just, you can't define beauty, you can't define fun, because these have an infinite number of answers based on an infinite number of criteria and circumstance.
Tim story time. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart said the following line about obscenity in a case he had to look at in 1964 about a theater showing a movie that the local officials thought was pornography, and they stopped him under Ohio's obscenity law. And here's what Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart said. Quote, I shall not today attempt further to define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within that shorthand description, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it. I'm the same way about fun. I've played a ton of games. I know what fun is. I can tell when a game is fun. I can tell when a game isn't fun. But I probably can't define it. I certainly can't give a really shorthand description of fun.
That's fair.
In a way that hundreds or not thousands of you could not rip apart and come up with counterexamples. So I'm not going to try to do that. But what I will say is this. Ultimately, whatever the game director or lead designer thinks is fun, that's what's fun in that game. The reason I like emergent play, and I'll link that below, is sometimes fun is somewhere no one thought of. It's at an intersection of a bunch of roles, and fun comes out of it.
Yeah.
So, while ultimately I think the game director is the person responsible for fun. So in other words, they'll take credit if you think if you think a game is fun and spread it among the team, but they'll be responsible and take the blame if you don't think it's fun. Ultimately, I think whatever director thinks it's fun is what's fun. It's probably not the answer you wanted.
I mean, I can see why he's coming to that conclusion. So, I still think for me it has to do with the players, less so the director, but he's approaching it from the opposite way of, this is created by the creative director, the game director. And so therefore, if they succeeded at creating what they envisioned to be fun, that is what's fun. I approach it from the opposite direction of, I think the players do have a say in this, and some things that I think are fun may not end up being as fun, because I do try to create my games for my target. But I think his explanation is perfectly reasonable too. Just a different way of defining it, I suppose. I do analyze things to the point where I can tell people what is fun, but when you do that in conversation, you meet with how people do not always admit what they're feeling even to themselves. I think there's an element too where if you're a really experienced designer and you've played a lot of games like Tim Cain has, you can play a game that isn't in your, or you can either play it or you can see somebody playing a game that you aren't the target of. Like, I don't like Sims. Okay? It's not my game. I'm not gonna play it. I have no interest in playing it really, but I can watch other people play it, and I can see instantly why does this game appeal to them? What makes it fun? What are the pillars of this game? You know, that's just kind of something that I have experience with from my profession, but it doesn't mean that it's going to appeal to me specifically. So yeah, that was a good video. I like that. I think that's a good ambiguous topic to talk about of fun and how you define it. I think I define it a little bit differently than Tim, but there may not always be a perfect explanation for it. Pretty often when developers sincerely say things along the lines of, "We tried to make the game we've always wanted to play," there's a good amount of fun to be found in the game in question. That's true. Sometimes in those cases, the execution is lacking for any possible reason, but you can still see the potential and the love put into the final product. Yeah. And to a degree, maybe even with some conscious effort on your part, you can pretend not to see what's bad and have considerable amounts of fun yourself while playing. And then those the cases when a game problems when a game's problem becomes somewhat charming to a degree. Yeah, I think that you'll see that with like traditional Bethesda games, right? Where you have this jank, but you can tell that there was a lot of effort and love put into crafting these worlds and these characters, to where the jank gives it the charm and you can kind of enjoy it. Same thing with like the Stalker games. I think are really traditional, right? It's sad that we have to say traditional. With the Stalker games. Sorry, I'm losing my ability to speak. Stalker games are great, but they're the fucking buggiest, crashiest games with some of the worst AI that I've ever played. But you can tell that a lot of love was put into making this in an engine that was barely held together by duct tape. And they just feel good. They succeeded at doing the things they needed to do, and the games feel good. They have an interesting lore, fun gameplay that still holds up pretty well today, even if it has some issues. Okay, we're gonna play your game. Top-down demo. I forget the name of it. I closed the... Wait, did I close the... I did. Remind me what the game's name is. And tell me quickly here, is the game's audio going to blare at me when I load it up? Which is not a problem, I just need to mute the source, if that's the case. I don't think so. Not that I don't trust you, but I'm going to mute it either way. Okay, it's not too bad. I just gotta lower it a little bit. Does it have a main menu? Are there jiggle physics? I think that'll be good. Go. Do I want to play it in full screen, or do I want to play it windowed? We'll do it this way. Yeah. Is it better with a controller? Or is it better without a controller? Well, I do have one. If you support PlayStation 5 controllers. Okay, play without. Perfect. VSD shift run in with me. Okay. Sword and fireball, okay. Get out of here. Prey in this case should actually be with an A. Because it's, prey is like to predate. Minor thing. 0 out of 10, refund. Pray this letter finds you well, and swiftly the town of Gravegate has fallen prey, that's the right use of prey, to an unknown enemy which has overwhelmed our mining prison and put to flight all attempts to contain it. Even as I write, foul beasts pour from beneath the caverns, beneath my home, and violate the stress of my fair city. I implore you for help, and urge you come with pride, assist with the greatest haste. Sincerely, Lord Gusta. Implore was written incorrectly too. Games canceled, so don't worry about spelling mistakes. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to nitpick. I do professional writing and editing for English, so it's like I don't know. It just kind of like hits my mind in wrong. I'm a grammar Nazi. What can I say? Grammar and spelling Nazi. Why was the game canceled? Did you reach out to a publisher at all? Because I know some publishers that would bite at something like this and give you 20, 30, 40,000. Dyslexic? Okay, so that explains it. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. We did not look for publisher, no. Okay. No, I think you absolutely could talk to a publisher with this, with what you have here. Where do I go? I see. Hey. Fuck off. This guy got burned out and the guy decided to part ways with me. Why did you get burned out? If you have examined why you got burned out. And also, what engine is this? Is this made in? Is it Unity? Or something else? Shit. This is Quick Team Fusion, same engine I'm using on my current game. I think you mentioned, yeah, we didn't really talk about that. Gives me some Gauntlet vibes here. Gotcha, bitch. I'm not really going to judge balance either right now, just because it's a demo, right? Does not ray trace screen reflection on the TV bezel. Yeah, how did you do that with that? You just put like an image over it with that was mostly transparent. Holy booba! You need the altar to pay your respect. Yeah, I definitely do. Oh shit! What did I pick up? Armor. Hail to the fallen heroes. Not today. Some transparent rendering. Cool. Tell me more about the game as a whole. Am I just playing the game on this computer, or is there something more to the game as a whole? Give me your elevator pitch. I can't get up here, bitch. No. This is the main game. The computer interface was just for flavor. Okay. I like that. Button will summon the rats. Did I summon the rats? Open up. Oh, I see there's like a power attack. It looks like it's trying to say something, but it's not popping up. Now, the level of polish for this demo is pretty nice. I'm surprised you didn't talk to a publisher. I pitched it. I pitched Legend of Zelda mixed with Gauntlet. Yeah, I can definitely feel the Gauntlet. I think it'd be pretty simple, something we could release quickly, but it turned into a whole massive thing. What blew out of control? And was that the reason that you became burnt out? Was just the overwhelming amount of work that would have to go to finish it? The exploration reminds me of old Atari games too, like Gauntlet, or not Gauntlet, like Adventure. If you ever played that game. Oh, I can't get in there. The fence. I can shoot through it. Hey, there we go. Okay, I see. Oh, I like that. Good transition. I've definitely finished Adventure for Atari 2600. It's rare that anybody knows of that game. But I'm glad you do, because it gives me a lot of the same vibes in a lot of ways. And old Ultima, for sure. This is red. Why is this red? May not be able to enter that one. Probably why the door is red, right? Making me paranoid about all the holes in the wall. Not today, bitches. Ow. When I pitched the game, I saw my boss had this character laying around. However, when I pitched using her as a main character, I didn't expect it would have a massive amount of baggage attached. What do you mean? What does that mean? Hey, Moonlighter TV. Where do we go from here? Oh, if I know I can shoot that, let's see if we can shoot this then. That did something. There's just a ton of backstory attached to that character that didn't really suit the game I pitched. Oh, I do have a red key. I didn't know that. Make me paranoid about all the holes in the wall. Yet another sentence that can have more than one meaning. Good point. How's it going? Just learning the beginnings of 2D game dev and saw the retro pixel style. This is not my game. I will let Discern tell you about this game, because that is their game. They asked us to test it on stream. Or play an old demo of a canceled game. Our game is a bit different, and it's 3D. Okay, I have a blue key now. The game is called Shadowstone. I'm actually quite proud of the engine I created, which I retained the rights to. So you made this engine. Yeah, I would be pretty fucking proud of that too. Careful. Uh-oh, out. Uh-oh. And there's summoning a lot of them. All switches and doors are made using an ID system, so you don't have to code it all individually. That is nice. I wonder if there are any publishers I could hook you up with that would be really into this. Even to some extent, Devolver could be interested in this. Raw Fury might be. I've not talked to them directly yet, so I couldn't hook you up with somebody directly on it. but I think Raw Fury could be a really good fit. Really cool. My first attempt years ago started and ended by trying to learn everything engineless, but this time I know C#. Been doing in-app development for practical non-games for a few years and using Unity. Nice. But coming up with the raft is the same. Well, I don't own the character story, but I do own the engine. Do you own this game though? Or is it, I guess, complicated? Oh my god, am I about to play Frogger? Oh no. Oh shit. You don't own the game, okay. Not sure, I think Devolver likes goofy spectacle associated with the brand. To some extent. It would not be impossible for Devolver to be interested in a game like this. See you, bozo. Oh, I got him. A rare block as a way to, like, I don't know what I want to do. I want to learn game dev, but I also want to learn digital art, but also 3D modeling and so on. That's a lot of things. On the engine so I could switch out the graphics levels. If you ask me, I think you should. How long do you think it would take to make something similar to this if you had to make the level and characters from scratch again? Rough estimate, doesn't have to be exact. Not too long. If you ask me, let's see. If you ask me, I think you should do it. 3 months is the same amount of levels. If you weren't averse to working with a publisher, I think you could. And if you wanted to go to Kickstarter, I think you could do that too. Although I wouldn't do that, you know, nonchalantly, of course, right? And drive me is all the interesting things I learn. I get lonely when I try to design things for a real person. You get lonely when you try to design things for, what do you mean by that? Pretty funny. How did you get here? Yeah, how did the horse get here? No buddy of mine has been saying it's possible, but also not sure. Oh shit. Ooh. I guess there was a way to do double shit on the jump. Oh, shifts around. Okay, I see. That helps to know. Yeah, that definitely makes things much easier. Yeah, I mean, this idea is a winner. And you could do quite a few things with it. That's my advice. If you wanted to go to a publisher, I think you could easily get some money to help finish it, translate, port it over, because I think that this, you know, is definitely a game that could run on certain consoles like the Switch. reminds me of like the Toe Jam and Earl Panic on Funkatron portals in some ways. Do a bit of both, pick 2D or 3D and make learning that style of digital art as assets for your game. If you're using a decent engine, it's easy to use placeholders. It is. Or early attempts of assets to learn and then replace them if you improve and want to overhaul a character asset. Then you'll have experience and be able to make something better, possibly faster. Yeah, I agree with Moonlighter TV on that. It's good advice. Just Soren, you have something working here. Oh, don't worry, I will, Someone else who knows Toe Jam and Earl, thankfully. Holy shit, those are good games. No, I really like this Just Thorn. I think I've seen enough. I'm not to be like rude or anything, but I have to get going to the store. But you have a winner here. You absolutely have this game idea. You can change the setting, you can change the characters. The gameplay is fun. You clearly have a level of polish here that you could take to a publisher and say, look, I need to change the settings and the character, but what do you think of this? And I think you'd definitely be able to get some money to continue working on it with a publishing deal, you know, somebody who could handle the marketing, somebody who could handle the porting or the localization, and go for it. I'd probably have to look into some of the publishers that I know, and if there's any that I think could fit this game into their portfolio, I'll just send you over the details and somebody who I could connect you up with. Crouch went out for smokes that was never seen again. Yeah, Toe Jam and Earl's good, and I don't know if you know those portals. Hold on. Toe Jam and Earl Panic on Funkatron. Portal. Where were they? There's a long play. There's got to be something here with it.
All right.
Here, these ones.
All right.
Fuck, I love the music in this.
Hyperfunk Zone. Yeah. All right. All right.
I was so bad at this as a kid.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. All right.
So you have to switch between being in a mode that can pick up items and being in a mode that ignores things in the background. It's really difficult. Toe Jam and Earl was a roguelike? You mean just original Toe Jam and Earl? I fucking loved original Toe Jam and Earl as well. This was a really good game. And really fun. Yeah, some things will hurt you and some things will send you back to the it's like a mini game, right? So there are portals within that. Hold on, I have to find it again. Here it is.
All right.
So like you want to collect these things, but you don't want to get sent back. So you have to go like this this smaller mode, and then revert back, and then you'll go smaller mode to pass through these barriers. Otherwise, they slow you down.
All right. All right.
So it's like you have to have really good hand-eye coordination on that. Really fast reaction times. The OG is a much stronger game, but the humor is both strong. Yeah, to me, like I like Panic on Funkatron, but it's just a different game, right? It's just like a very different game from the original one. This is a platformer. It's really fun in co-op as well, and the music is great. But the first one is more of like a top-down game, and I don't know, it's just, they're really good games. And you can get them both on Steam if you're like curious. The Sega Genesis, Mega Drive, and Genesis Classics game, this will have both of them in it. But I think you have to buy the individual games, don't you? Yeah, there's Toe Jam and Earl and Panic on Funkatron. They're both like $1 essentially, equivalent of $1. You can buy it in one big pack, but I think you can also buy them separately if you don't really care about playing other ones. But I think the bundle goes on sale during some of the big sales. Yeah, the co-op in both games are really enjoyable and make the game something way better. But on Humbleback, when you could still get the Sonic games with it. I think I still have the Sonic games with it too. Because I bought it pretty early. Like $6 on Switch for the whole pack. Holy shit, that's good. That's a good deal. There are lots of... I mean, there's so many good games on Genesis. I really enjoy Echo the Dolphin, Gain Ground, Golden Axe. I do like Sonic 3D Blast. Call me weird for that. Vector Man's pretty cool. Altered Beast, Alex Kidd, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Columns, of course. Sonic Spinball, which I still want to make a essentially spiritual successor kind of game to this. We can talk about that another time though. Let me watch the Shadow of the Erdtree release trailer, and then I'm gonna go to the store. Because I saw this was released. You guys ready for it?
Peggy 16.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival.
Yeah.
Both your deeds will ever be praised in song.
Shit.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Trick4, thank you for the follow.
Suicide is badass.
No.
Welcome to the stream.
Is there no hope
What
for
are those?
redemption?
Are those inspired by those things that are on the beach? You know those like worm things on the beach or in the ocean that like stick up out of the sand and like can bite you?
The answer,
those are cool.
Sadly, is clear.
Oh shit. What is this? Real beaches. Whoa.
The mere sight of your blade sets my heart aflutter. All the more I yearn to crush it in my grasp.
These bosses look so cool.
The Erdtree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed, set aflame.
Yummy. Hey. Don't just go breaking stuff for no reason. My grandpa gave that to me. Whoa.
The fog that vexed my aging faculties has been lifted, and follies better left forgotten haunt me once again.
New waifu.
Such as it is, this battle could not be more fitting. For the birth of a new god and the coming of a lord.
Holy shit. We're gonna die so much tomorrow.
Promise me
Promise me, Ned.
you'll be my consort.
Done. You don't even need to ask. Of course. You want to do this like right now, or? Here's giving. Yeah, dude. I don't know. This looks good. I don't know what to expect, but it looks good. Promise me you'll be my consort, me with my Dark Moon Greatsword. Well, about that. Good point. Back Pontiff Sylvain. You're not the only one. Moonlighter. Damn, this looks good. It should be me, not him. Alright, I mean, we'll play this. It says it might come out today, like later today. I don't know if I want to start it at home. Wait. Okay, yeah, 2 hours. It says 2 hours. I don't know. Carrying DS3 animation sucks. It does. Either way, guys, I gotta get running to the store. If it's out, if it is truly out, not on midnight for me, which they said it would be out on midnight for Central European Standard Time. If it's not out, I'll play it tonight. I'll do a late stream. Keep your eyes peeled. If it is out, or if it isn't out tonight, we'll just play it tomorrow at normal time, as planned. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for the follows today. If you aren't following and you like what we're doing, if you want to watch us make our game, Cauldron Chronicles, please consider following us. If you want to catch up on any of the streams that you didn't watch previously, you can. Thank you, Moonlighter TV, for the follow. If you want to catch up on our streams that we've had previously, they're all up on our YouTube channel, and you can join us on Discord too if you want to tell me how much my game sucks, or just to play our publicly available demo that we had for pitching to publishers. So, yeah. Thank you so much for coming out. I will see you all later for Shadow of the Erdtree. We'll be doing a full playthrough of that, pausing the game dev to play it, because of course we will. Starting tomorrow, or later today, if it comes out later today for me. Smell you later. Smell you later too, Turning Cog. Thank you so much for coming out. And, yeah, Moonlighter, I understand if anybody wants to play it on their own, that doesn't want to get spoiled. We will be back at the end of the month on the 30th for Kickstarter reviews, where we go over all the currently live Kickstarter video games. I bring a bottle of alcohol, and things happen. We expose a lot of AI scams and ChatGPT games and all this other shit, just so you guys can be better aware of what you should look out for on Kickstarter, and then we can find some good games, hopefully. So yeah, see you guys later. Shadow of the Erdtree. I'm looking forward to it. Take care. I love you so much. Bye-bye.